Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with everyone from the Unearthed Arcanum. Everybody look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
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 Who knocked?
Very nice. And if you did that at home, don't you feel so? You know what? Actually, yeah. Thanks. Thanks for participating. Welcome to It's a Long Story. We are a D&D live play stream that are, as of this moment right now, as of this past everything so far, we are in the wonderful, beautiful homebrew world of Imea. We have 4 separate parties that exist and coalesce, more or less, in that same world at the same time. So if you like what you see here, we are streaming every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So welcome. Hope you have fun. Before we jump in, just a couple of announcements. First and foremost, Shadows of the North Shore, our Candela Obscura homebrew game. If you've not heard, we are still looking for players for that. Candela Obscura, if you're unfamiliar, is a cosmic horror game designed by those from Critical Role. It is a high RP, low rule based sort of system that is really fun and is kind of creepy and scary. So if you're interested in checking that out, we have our own homebrew version we made, our own homebrew sort of setting that we made on this way back. We did a playtest for it way back in September. So you can check that out on our YouTube. It would be under Shadows of the North Shore, a Candela Obscura playtest. But yeah, we are looking to do a full campaign. Right now we have 1 and then 1 in waiting as well. We need at least 1 more to be able to get a full campaign going. So if you have any questions, if you want to check that stuff out, please feel free. If you're watching on YouTube right now, it is in the video description below, but I will also be putting it in the live chat for those on Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram. Cool. And then let's see. So what else? So now we have our. We also have our upcoming one-shots. So we are off tomorrow because I'm spending my Saturday with my lovely wife. I think we're gonna go to the zoo, and Dan knows it's gonna be freezing, and I'm kind of excited about it. I've been used to the cold this week, so why not? She's less excited about it right now, but we'll see. It'll be fine. Anyways, coming back to what we're supposed to be talking about.
No. What animal? What animal are you going to see?
Come on, man. Come on, dude.
Okay.
Come on, dude.
I know.
Of course. The
It's
wombats.
Yeah.
The wombats. Of course.
There's only one answer.
I got yelled at by an old man for standing too close to the wombats at one point. That'll be a story for another time, but yeah, remind me. But anyways, for the rest of you, so every Saturday and Sunday this month, besides obviously tomorrow, we are doing a one-shot that you can jump in if you would like to. This Sunday we have, I believe we might have 1 more space for our Golden Lion Heist. So if you're interested in playing a kind of D&D Ocean's 11 inspired heist, it's really fun. You will, I think we're going to have like somewhere in between 5 or 6 players, so it'll be good. It'll be solid. So if you'd like to join in on that, please feel free to check that out. And then I think Saturday, the following Saturday, I believe is another McClellan's Melons. Sorry, let me say it right. The Weldon McClellan Minstrel Murder Mystery. I think I forgot a melon. Yeah. Weldon McClellan Melon's Minstrel Murder Mystery. An all-bard affair. There you go. There's the title I came up with. Super fun little whodunit using D&D characters. Really fun. It's and kind of wacky. So, and then lastly, I believe at some point the following weekend, at some point, we're doing the Rite of Chakur, which is a level 12 pit fight, which is very fun. Kind of doing some high level, heavy combat style stuff. So yeah, so if you want to check that out, like I said, you can check that out in the video description, but I'm also putting it in the live chat. Also, if you're listening to this right now and don't want to read something on there, I guess that's cool. That's fine. It's at startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. If you are looking to support us in a way that is not hurting any wallet or card. Do you have a wallet? Raise your hand if you carry a wallet. I don't carry a wallet anymore. No? Is it just me? Oh, wait. Okay, great. Cool. Awesome. Anyways, any sort of financial institution that you use, you don't need to worry about that. A good way to be able to support us would be following or subscribing to the YouTube channel. It helps us out a ton, or Twitch, to be able to be stirred into a larger pot of the YouTube algorithm.
Smash that subscribe, right?
Smash that subscribe.
Also, I don't think Evan counts. I'm pretty sure he doesn't wear pants most of the time. So,
sorry,
depends what you count as pants. You know, if you count a blanket as pants,
you
then
can still carry a wallet.
So YouTube likes to do this really random thing. Sorry, this is random, but this is what was just happening to me. YouTube likes to do this random thing that if I have a YouTube video up, sometimes it'll just randomly run while EVMux is going. So I just had someone talking to me about Incarnate, which is the map making system that we aren't sponsored by. So I'm not going to say too much about it, but it's really cool. You should check it out. I have officially switched over. So
Incarnate, if you're watching, you can get more quality looks like that if you sponsor us.
Mm-hmm. Just saying. Also, fix your videos so they don't randomly jump out at me. Just kidding. That's YouTube's fault. Awesome. And then lastly, if you want to check out our social media stuff with our link tree for some behind the scenes stuff, for some of the combat things that we have and some of our favorite clips, there is a way to do that there. And I believe that is it for the announcements. It's Valentine's Day week, gang, and that's super fun, and I'm excited about that. I don't think it's gonna pertain to this story, but we'll see. You never know.
I mean, we are heading into like a revenge against Max. That's very Valentine's Day.
We're heading into the Valentine's week of revenge. Yes, absolutely, I agree. So before we jump into tonight, we need to get an idea where we left off. So Evan, if you could please do the honors.
Yeah. All right. So last week, Kara was attempting Kara. Should I say Kara or Kara? I feel like people say it both ways, and I want to make sure I'm saying it the right way.
Whatever makes your heart happy.
Kara. Now, to do that again, attempted to spy on Huxley, who always seemed to know she was there, but either way, she kept an eye on him and on Alistair, who interpreted her attempts at protecting him as having some kind of secret she wouldn't tell him. And then at a meal, Kara began to inform the group of some of the things that we might want to look out for when we get to Dair's Wharf, which is where we're going. But things got a little bit heated and people ended up storming off. As he left, Alistair was contacted by his inner self, went back to his room to have a meeting of his minds and find out what was going on. Kind of disturbingly, he found out that a lot had happened that he was unaware of, including Undulith, the entity in the rod, had been befriending his other self and helping him perform experiments using Hrothair and possibly other versions of himself. Hrothair had been chained up and attached to some apparatus to try and utilize his power without unleashing him. And so they agreed to try an experiment to where our Alistair could get some sort of the real world benefit there. And in the real world, he collapses into, it looks like, a seizure. Huxley, Kara, Gwen, and others all try and help Alistair with whatever is happening to him. He recovers, awakens, and reports that whatever was happening was a success. That evening, Yori is visited, at least incorporeally, by his old friend Snorri. They catch up a bit, and Snorri tells him that there is someone else coming to Dair's Wharf that he should meet. And he says that he should definitely make some sort of signal that they can use to find each other. Something big. The last day of the voyage, Alistair and Huxley worked on some projects together. Gwen, now strangely able to sleep again, began studying and also learning about the crew. Kara remained vigilant and tried to spy on Huxley some more. Yori gathered as much gunpowder as he can possibly sneak away with and stuffed into his bags. And Nalani and Io both ended up training, apart and together, trading knowledge and skills. Finally, as we are arriving, a wanted poster for Tamura is seen blowing by, and we all prepare to disembark and begin the next part of our journey in Dair's Wharf.
Oh, that's. Thank you very much. Anything we missed, gang?
Siobhan saw Daphne spying on Alistair.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yep. Okay. So without further ado, let's jump in. So, all of you are now staring above deck in various forms at a gleaming city before you. You can see a city that is clearly in a state of growth and decay at the same time. You see dilapidated buildings left and right, all in these sort of like lower parts, somewhat near the docks. You can see up above on extended sort of hills. There are castle walls and fortifications that show behind them some very beautiful buildings and scenery. This is Dair's Wharf. As you are all looking out, there is a moment that we have to backtrack and pull back from, as we have a moment of roleplay between Siobhan. Siobhan, you already started to look like this new character?
No.
Cool, you got it. So between Kara and Daphne. Kara, please take it away.
I'm guessing you want to stick around with us? In the city at the very least.
Yeah. I guess, at least to know where you guys are at. I'm also looking for my friend, so when I see where you guys are at, I might step out for a bit.
Of course. Well, you're welcome to stay with us. It'll be easier for you to keep an eye on Alistair if you're with us.
Sorry, I'm trying to download. What are you... I'm sorry, I'm not getting what you're implying.
I saw you last night. Watching him, trying to be sneaky. Could work on that. Also probably need to work on your disguise in the city, because it sounds like you're still a wanted woman.
Noted. Speaking of a wanted woman, I assume you're not walking in like this.
No. Definitely not. But I wanted to make sure you had your ways of disguising yourself and that you knew you were welcome to work with us. I said I would help you find missing. That offer still stands.
I appreciate it. I'll say for now, I wouldn't worry about me. Honestly, actually, I could probably help you all if you want to remain unseen. I imagine that some of you may want to explore the city too. So, it's up to you.
I think, yeah, there will definitely be some excitement about the city, especially from so long in the wilds, and then Celeste, and then at sea. But for the most part, I think we're probably covered on the unseen or unrecognized part.
Okay.
Do you have a way, if you get separated, to call us? Magically.
I appreciate the concern. Honestly, but I think I've traversed Dair's Wharf before. I know what to expect. More or less. I appreciate the help. But I'll be fine.
I don't doubt that. I'm an awful now.
Can you repeat that? So that we lost you a little bit there.
Sorry. I said I don't doubt that. I was trying to extend an offer as an ally.
And I accept.
Well, I suppose you'll have to know who you're looking for, and then she's gonna shift into this new form, which is lavender skin, kind of deep, dark hair. I'm trying to find the photo. I have to do it on my phone.
As
Sorry.
am I. Sorry, I just realized I haven't put that up yet. So.
Like purplish, mostly black, but like a little bit of purple hint to there. Deep purple eyes and kind of a silvery mauve horns. And she is just a very beautiful, regal tiefling.
Well, I mean, I'm impressed. I just, you've been in Dair's Wharf before, right?
It's been 7 years, but yes.
Tieflings usually have a type they stick with. You must be aware of that, though. Is that on purpose?
What?
Nothing?
I can only be someone I've seen before. And this person I saw decades ago, so using their appearance, I don't think will put them in danger.
How thoughtful. What do I call you?
I wrote it down. Was it Illyria? What was it, Evan? Illyria, right?
I don't know if you
go
gave
with
me a name.
Iliar is what I...
Iliar.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, Iliar.
okay.
Iliar. It's the name Yori gave her. Iliar.
Gotcha. Very nice. Okay. Ilya. Lovely. Well, I will, of course I'll be walking off with you, but, it may be difficult for you to see me.
That's good to know.
Like I said, I can bring anyone you need into that fold if you'd like.
Wouldn't hurt to check with the others. I'm gonna go start finding the others.
You got it. I imagine at this point, as you guys, I apologize. I did say that you two were up first on this, but as you go to find the others, I imagine you guys are starting to kind of come up on deck here. Let's have some fun. Let's roll a d6. So yeah, Kiki, roll me a d6.
1.
Okay. Up with the sun, you see Alistair at least strolling out of his room. It's up to you guys where you want to be at. But...
Hey, it's nice to not see you outside the door.
Yeah.
I used to play Pete Rock with this. Like,
I think there's only so much I can do. And you've made that clear.
I just couldn't do it anymore.
Is Huxley awake? Have you Have you seen him anywhere?
It may surprise you to know that I don't keep tabs on Huxley.
So my issue was that like
Okay, I guess that's fair.
Daphne and I are just making sure everyone,
was like
if you want to disguise yourself, has a way to disguise themselves or hide themselves.
He was just planning on wearing a really big cloak. Really? I mean, I've never left Eriscar, and I don't know why anybody would be looking for me. Do you know where there's any... I know it's been a while, but like shops that we could like maybe a bookstore, maybe? I was thinking about maybe getting something for Io.
We'll say while Kiki's dealing with some stuff here on this, let's simplify here in this moment and just say that Siobhan, who by the way looks very different.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. I mean, it's just that's a something you would definitely notice.
Yeah. Cool. Then actually, hi. I'm sorry. Who are you? Oh, got it. I will see if someone else is awake.
You got it. Yeah, we'll pause that for a second. Yeah.
There's still that streak of white though, right? In the hair.
Correct.
That is correct.
So we'll say, Alistair, you do see. I think you probably like wake up, go up, see the city, and come running back downstairs. Maybe. So Alistair, you might run into them there.
Morning, Yori.
Do you see it?
See what?
The city. It's got like, it's got buildings, and do you think it has a bakery?
Maybe we could just make. Let's go. Show me the city. Where is it? It's like, is it big? Is it small? What is it?
I've only really been to like 2 cities for the small folk, and 1 city that was for bigger folk, normal size folk. It's big.
Okay, I mean, you've been to Eriscar. Is it? Would you rather be there or Eriscar?
I would definitely rather be here than Eriscar. Yes. For lots of reasons. Yes.
I'm just hoping that they have a bath somewhere, and maybe a pillow would be nice.
It looks like the kind of city that would have a pillow.
Or 2.
Maybe. I haven't been to a bath, but it probably has one like that.
We should do that. Why are your pockets bulging?
I just
I don't really care. I'm sorry. Let's is anyone else up? Or can you show me where? Do you know where we're going? Did Boaz tell you where we're gonna be, like, docking the boat? Do you know how this works?
I thought we just got off and like jumped, or
I can't
didn't
jump
we?
off the boat.
Remember how we got on the island?
Oh, with the rowboat.
Well, I just jumped off into the water, but we kind of rode up onto it. Yeah. Is it? Well, you could see it from on deck, and I didn't see anybody else up. I mean, Fenrir's up.
I'm sorry. realized, because I'm trying to think about what's Gutter? Where is Gutter going? Or is he going to stay with us? Are we? What?
Oh, that I don't. You could ask him. I haven't really made a lot of plans. I thought I'd kind of go where you guys were going, and then I don't. I mean, I guess I feel like it's up to him. He's got a lot of gold, so he could do stuff with gold. People do stuff with gold, I think. He could buy like a house.
Are you, the gold that we brought onto the boat?
Yeah, I got his gold.
Yep. Did Gutter ask you for that?
No, he is. I don't think. I don't even know if he knows really what it is. I mean, it's exactly what it's. That it's valuable, I suppose. And he did say we could have it, but I just thought, if he needs some of it, then it's his to begin with, I suppose. And then I don't know.
I mean, we could keep. It's a lot for him to carry. We could hold it in trust. I'm sorry, Yori. So, it's like a system where we hang on to it, and
yeah, I trust you.
Okay. And when we give it back to him, there'll be more.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully.
It's like a magic thing, I guess.
Yes. Absolutely. Have you seen anyone else awake yet?
Fenrir.
Fenrir.
We could
awesome.
check, or you could check. And
no, I was just thinking if you had a minute, we probably have time for one more cannon fire.
Yes, we definitely have time for that. Let's go do that.
Are you sure? This is the point I'm going to remind you all that you are in a city.
Are we in the city yet?
No,
you are in the city. Yes, you are 100% in the city.
Say no to that. But
so I run up on deck like,
oh,
Yori, I thought you said that it was off in the distance. It's way too late to fire a cannon now.
Isn't it early? Is it like a Dair's Wharf thing? They don't like cannons? We don't have to fire at the city.
I don't think there's anywhere we can fire that's not the city or the boat behind us or the boat in front of us right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess there's a lot more ships here and things. Okay, well, wait, what are we doing with the cannon? We don't have to leave it,
Quinn, you pop up on deck. We got to get you guys off the boat at some point.
I think Gwen probably was already up on the deck watching the city come in. And on her shoulder, because she took an hour instead of an owl, Houston is now a very scraggly, very upset, disgusted looking rat. He's not happy with this form, but it's necessary. He is the most displeased little rat you've ever seen.
Would you say a wharf rat?
Yes.
Incredible.
To just really fit into the city, because he, still has the 2 tails and 3 eyes and general Houstonness, but
3-eyed rat
form. 2 rat tails. Awesome.
2 rat tails. I love it.
So yeah, she's been watching the city approach. I think she hears you guys talking about the cannons. Ed is going to turn around and say, that's an excellent way to announce our presence if we just want to, skip finding anything out about the city and just go for it.
I feel like she's being sarcasm. Is that? I think I'm getting it more. Yeah, I think it was the thieves' cant. I think that helps.
The
It's like
cant is
secret
made for
languages.
sarcasm, so I think you're catching on.
All right, well, I'm gonna go say bye to the cannon. Maybe I can see if it's detachable. And
Okay.
we'll wander off towards the cannon.
You got it.
Do you have a big cloak I can borrow to cover the cane as we go in the city?
But yeah, I probably have something.
And you're still good. Huxley offered his warehouse for us to stay at, and I think that is an excellent idea.
Don't think it's going to be a popular decision, but I think it's the best choice we have going into this.
There's a lot of us, and we got a lot to figure out, and it would be nice to
Yeah.
have a large space.
I
And
agree.
yeah, it's totally for the space. Have you seen
Yeah.
Kara or Siobhan or whatever we're supposed to call her now?
No, I don't think so. Everything all right?
With me?
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's good. It's just, it would be nice to have a nice warm bath for the first time in weeks, and
You
maybe
are right about that.
see,
Prestidigitation can only do so much.
just like it's awful. And it would be nice to be warm and not worry about where my food's coming for a day. And I can have a wall that separates me from Nilani and the constant staring that he does. And I'm pretty sure that Io is going to drown us if we stay on the boat any longer.
So what I'm hearing is you are really looking forward to some solid ground and walls.
Food.
Perfectly on cue, I think, on that. We see both Io and Nilani, I think, coming up in tandem onto the deck itself. You guys are kind of like, it's in a moment where I think, the others are on a far enough distance away that you guys could have a conversation just with each other, or you could come up to meet them. It's your call.
I would assume, yeah, we're coming up on deck with everybody else, and probably while I'm talking to Nilani as we were basically both shooting together. Me from my light crossbow, him from his bow. I think he's just like, so how long are my arms gonna be sore?
Just a couple years, I suspect. I mean, it kind of depends on how much you shoot and how often you shoot, and the angle of your arm, and if you keep dropping your elbow, there should be a straight line going from your bow hand straight back to the tip of your arrow when you draw your bow. And remember, you need to use your back muscles I think Nilani kind of notices Gwen. Alistair stares at Alistair as he's talking to Io, just kind of rambling on about the mechanics of archery and the proper form he should be using, and kind of just
like in a way that Nilani's not even paying attention to what he's saying.
Nilani's not even paying attention. He's just like a PE coach reciting what he's done for 30 years, just kind of like and keep your eye on the target and squint one eye, but don't close both eyes, and firm foot,
And breathing. How am I supposed to be? Oh, there's everybody
dance
else.
lessons,
Yeah,
Nilani?
don't hold your breath while you shoot. Like,
Gotcha.
pass out.
Not dance lessons.
No.
Definitely not dance lessons.
We were going to shooting practice. It's actually a lot more therapeutic than you'd imagine. Okay, there's me, Nene, Gwen, Al.
And
Am I gonna be the one that says this? You guys are gonna make me continue to be the awkward person?
I mean, it's worked for you for this many years.
You are a spectacular creature. Just
Disguises. Is that what you're talking about? We need disguises.
yeah.
Yeah. Great.
And it's not just you. I mean, Nalani, we have a wanted poster with your face on it.
Nalani is glancing side to side. He wants to know where Fingers is. I mean, Fingers is actively trying to kill him. So
roll me a perception check.
Glancing. That is a 14.
Day 14, you do not see Fingers anywhere. The camera, as Nalani moves left to right, Nalani takes one step forward, and one of the planks from the deck lifts up a little bit, and you can see Fingers, just half of Fingers' head just looking up.
Nice.
But Nalani, you have no idea.
So, you're saying I don't really fit in here, Al? What?
Alistair, and no, I'm just saying I don't really understand this whole city of thieves thing that Kara keeps talking about, but maybe we don't stand out as wanted people. I would assume that if you broke the law a lot, that you'd be okay with other people that broke the law, but I guess if you broke the law and you're worth money, then they'll turn you in. It really doesn't make sense to me.
Money wins every time.
So disguises. Question. Has anyone seen our resident crime expert? I feel like she or Daff. I feel like either of them would probably be the best ones to talk to for something that would work on me.
You hear this massive kind of this like sound of like a pulley of a rope coming down, and you hear this massive yell of as not the person you want, but Gutter comes flying down from holding a rope that just like came down from nowhere as he was apparently up in the crow's nest, and just like is like sitting looking at you all and just lets it go. As he lets it go, Daphne comes up as well and goes, "Did you ask my name? Were you talking about me?"
Yeah, Daff. So, as you can see, I am a very unique individual, and we are going into a city of thieves.
Brag much?
Can you help me disguise myself? Maybe fit in with the rest of y'all, girls, and that way we kind of have a little bit of a, I guess, even optics.
You want us to dress you up like a girl? Is that what you said?
I feel like it might be the most effective.
There's a moment where Daphne and Gwen, I think, share a look.
Yep.
And maybe say at the same time, absolutely.
100%. Gwen's already planning the outfit. We got this.
All right, so here's the idea. My cover name is Mama Mary. And I am the nice...
Why does it have to be Mama?
I'm not calling you that.
I'll call you Mama. I'm
calling you Mama Mary from now on. That's just your name now.
Mama Marie.
Mama Marie.
That was the problem.
Yeah, Mama Marie. Much better.
I am a foreign merchant in all the way from Hasamal.
Hey, Io? Can I give you a hint at something as far as lying goes?
Okay,
Try to stick as close as you can to the truth. What do you know about being a merchant?
You find shit from interesting places, you haggle it and sell it?
All right. What do you know about Hasamal?
Shit. A lot of Leonin live there?
Yeah, I think you're going to be fine.
Okay, I pick up on the
No
sarcasm.
notes.
All right. I am Mama Mary.
Marie. Mama Marie.
I thought you
Yeah,
said
Mama
Mama
Marie.
Marie.
Mama Marie.
Io, what's your mother's name?
Hilly. Why do you ask?
Your name is Hilly. Okay.
I think there's too many names now.
Just Hilly. Okay, it's easy to remember. You're not gonna mix it up. Just you're Hilly.
That's fair. All right. Okay.
Mama Hilly. Got it.
I'm an old lady named Mama Hilly. Hilly.
Okay.
Hilly.
Okay.
So we've got to make sure I hide my tail. I can wrap that around my waist. It'll just look like a weird belt or something. Could do something
Again,
with tentacles.
There are a lot of people here with tails.
Do they have suction cups? And then he lifts his tail up and turns it to the side.
Okay. Sure. Fair.
Yeah. A little bit of cloth around the waist. Pad the chest out a little bit. And then
There's a certain point where I think Gwyn, at least Gwyn, but possibly a little bit of Daphne, of like trying to be like, okay, so we did, and then Io starts to like take over. It's like this great moment of like,
Yes, ending this. This
okay,
is
everybody takes a step back. Yeah.
yeah.
So we'll say we're all helping at this moment. But yeah, give me a. I'll give me a deception check with advantage from anyone.
awesome. Are you kidding me? 2 6s in a row. That is an 11.
11. Cool. All right. So you are. Let's do this. The people that would really be able to like really understand on this, I think, would be Gwyn and Kara. But I will say this, Kiki, because I know we had to kind of like pause you for a second, and now we're a little bit kind of screwed up. Do you want to say that you just come in with Daphne here? Was there anything that you shared with Alistair that were? Because Alistair went through a whole conversation and forgot that you don't look like you.
Are we saying that conversation happened and then he just walked away without explanation, or are we saying didn't happen at all?
That's why I think it's easier to say that didn't happen at all, and then you could just revisit that conversation
makes more
later.
sense.
Cool. Yeah, so you're up there. So we'll say both Kara and Gwyn roll me either perception or religion.
14 for me.
Dirty
Religion.
20 for me.
Cool.
Perception.
Perception.
I rolled religion.
Gwyn, as far as the like religion check on the idea of like culture goes, I don't think anyone would think twice to ask as far as this, but like with I mean, you don't know Dair's wife, you haven't been there, you haven't been here, but assuming what you have assumed about other sort of places of urban settlements, they're probably pretty progressive. So does Io look like a female?
What is a female?
The more important question is, does it matter? You think, probably okay. Siobhan, you definitely notice like it's a poor attempt, but again, that in and of itself might be okay. He definitely doesn't look like Io. We can say that.
Does it look equivalent to like white trash, or is it good enough to get into the Hamptons?
Oh no, it's definitely more white trash.
Okay, shit.
That's probably okay for Dair's Wharf.
Depends on where you're going.
Yeah.
I think I think this will be good to start. We can workshop it when we have more time. This is
I
good.
like it.
I think it'll depend on where Huxley's lovely little warehouse is.
Have you seen
Says
Huxley?
this weird purple tiefling you've never seen before.
Yeah, so who walks up is this weird purple tiefling you have no idea.
And just who are you, darling?
I don't. That's weird.
I liked it.
What? I must
I
try
love it.
some kind of voice.
You could just use you could use whatever voice you want.
Oh, who is this? Who is this that has graced our deck?
And how do you know me by name? Or who is this? Who is this Ayo?
Guys, it's me. You are traveling with a changeling. You can't pick up on cues, social cues, anything.
Yeah,
You
the
say
white- the
there's
white
a
hair
moment.
streak.
I think it's Yori too. There's this moment where like where a changeling goes like, guys, it's so obvious it's me, and then we look at Io, who is the epitome of like, it's obvious it's me. And I love the idea of like from a changeling perspective, like, yeah, it's clearly me, but you don't look anything like you.
So, I mean, at least you're working on disguises. I would also recommend, at the very least, if you don't want to disguise yourself, using a different name in the city so it can't be traced back to any friends or families you might have. So, I'm going to be Iliar while we're in the city.
See? Easy. Ilya. One word. That's it.
Mama Marie has personality, though. You know who Mama Marie is.
No one knows who Mama Marie
I
is.
heard 3 different versions of Mama Marie, so that's
fair.
my perspective.
Mama Marie doesn't know who Mama Marie is.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of feeling a little weirded out using my mom's name. And I mean, she might beat my ass if she saw me cavorting around. Can I just be Marie, y'all?
Marie. We can
Marie's
remember
nice.
Marie.
All right.
Ilya. Why do you look like Gwen?
I am, in fact, purple and not in any way like Gwen. It's concerning if you think all tieflings look alike, Alistair.
Not what I
Don't
meant.
point there.
That's not what I meant. And I just feel like this is a thing that. Okay, sorry.
I mean, I have to look like somebody I've seen before, so I can't just make something up in my head. It's not Gwen, obviously.
Do I need a disguise? Why do I need a disguise? I don't need a disguise.
I would just recommend that you have a different name so that it can't be traced back to Samael.
Fine. Alec. Okay, you can call me Alec.
Alec works.
Silly.
We could use Alistair. I'm trying to protect your parents.
No, I get it. That's fine. Gwen, and who will you be from here on out?
Oh, I'm gonna stick with Veronica for now. That worked well for me before.
I like it. That's good. As Huxley just pops up.
Huxley, can you at least tell me which region we're staying in so that we can make sure Mama Marie fits the dress code?
Do I know you?
Huxley,
well,
it's
sugar,
Kara.
I do not believe we've met.
I know you.
You
I
know,
don't
this
think
is
you
Mama
do.
Marie. You've never met her before.
Ah, right. Yeah. Just for the record, you can call me Huxley.
I figured.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather show you than tell you.
Wait,
You can't even tell me. Where in the city?
Or I could just not show you and just leave you on your own damn
No,
self.
fine. Show us. Huxley.
All right. Well, I was actually just popping up because I think you should probably talk to your captain. He's getting swindled into paying a docking fee. He doesn't need to.
Okay.
As all of you peer over the boat and you see Boaz trying to have a tricky conversation with an extremely awkward and disgusting looking humanoid figure, just looking like they are perpetually wet. You can see him kind of holding his hand out, and you see Boaz kind of just like, okay.
I'm gonna loop arms with Gwen and just like puff up my postula and be like, Captain needs our help, come on.
She will go along.
Okay. And you step out onto the deck. You see a figure. So there's going to be a lot of these, just for the record, Siobhan. Siobhan, give me a history check. This one's not with advantage. Some of them will be. This one won't be.
14.
14? Cool. You do not remember this figure's name, but you do remember that he is one of the, like... You usually call them barnacles. The idea they're people that hang out, around the takes, that truly just like to swindle sailors, specifically new sailors. And this is the figure you see. Oh, yeah, cough them up. 500 gold. Come on, quick. Hello, ladies.
Shove off, you barnacle. We don't need you here.
Has
anyone ever needed him anywhere?
Wow, okay, whoa. Just trying to do my job.
You don't have a job here.
Who says?
I've been here long enough to know your types, and you are not going to get a copper from our captain.
Well, that's
not for you to decide. Run along.
Oh, he just walks off. You see he kind of like, he's like slumped away until you see him kind of like perk up a little bit and sees another boat coming in and just full on like runs flat-footed on the dock.
Just turn to Boaz. No. Don't let yourself get played like that.
Okay. Yeah. No, I wasn't gonna give him anything.
Of course you weren't.
Do you happen to know where the dockmaster would be? Also, who are you?
Sorry, Kara. I'm in disguise, obviously.
Right.
Yes.
Kara.
Well, now I'm Ilyar. It's a lot. Just...
Miss, do you happen to know where the dockmaster is?
Would I know, Joe?
I think you do. I think I'll give it to you, like, regardless. It would be essentially at one point in time, there were actually 4 different dockmasters because of the 4 docks that were there. But at a certain point, because there were people who were cheating the system, they essentially all started to group into one station that is a small little, like, sort of I wouldn't say a hut. It's a small little kind of like shack that is up right up next to the shore, so you have to be kind of walking forward on the deck to do so. But yeah.
But you're gonna go over there to that hut. If you want a respectable business in here, you're gonna tell them which dock at the 4 Twins you've docked at. If you want some more lucrative under the table business, call it the Takes.
The Takes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a common name for these docks. But the nobles call it the 4 Twins. So depending on the type of business you want to attract.
Can I just say I'm here to dock my ship?
You can do whatever you'd like.
Right. Okay, well...
Glenn looks very concerned as he's, like, not catching it.
Yep. There is a moment, though, that I will say, as you see him walk off, Boaz does have one thing going for him. He is clearly the biggest person on this dock. So there is a certain point where you see him kind of like walking off, and he kind of turns and looks back at you guys. It's like a reassurance, and you see like a passerby sailor just like just jump out of the way from him. Oh, sorry.
He's walking away. Can I just kind of make like tremors come out from under his feet using Thaumaturgy? So that he gets a little bit of intimidation extra.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay, cool.
Incredible. Cool. So I will say one thing I do want to handle is back on the ship. Daphne looks at Marie and Nalani and Alistair. We'll say you guys are still kind of here, and then also Yori. And Daphne says, so I wanted to talk to you all about something. Obviously, it's not my decision to make at all, but it's about Gutter. You see Gutter's just kind of like, at this point he like is like noticing there's something in his toe, so he like falls right to the ground, starts to kind of like try to bite at it. So none of you have been here at Diswell before, but I will say it is not a place for a child, more or less, right? Also, there's a ton of people here, so just a thought, something to think about. I'm having to leave the ship, right? Because I'm going with you all. I don't know if any of you can converse with Gutter, but it may be best for him to stay on the ship. We'll say, just for like passive insight, she's 100% being real.
Won't the ship be leaving though?
Right. Yeah. I'm just thinking about the ship, but I'm also thinking about him, as he is full on just at his toe.
I don't know. Little man and him have kind of bonded, and I don't want to feel like we're abandoning him, though.
Right.
But
no, I understand.
I don't. But at the same time, you're similar to our friend Iliar there. You know how people in these types of circles move. What are you thinking, Nene? You got a clear head, generally.
I guess just to be perfectly frank here, there are slavers and traffickers here. If he happened to slip out and was clear that he wasn't able to communicate with anyone there, it's possible. Or you could just try to keep him close. I'm just,
And I'm going to be honest. This is something I don't want to make the decision of for everybody else.
Not our decision. I'm sorry. It's not our decision. It's up to Gutter, really.
Yeah, and I mean, good luck convincing him to do one thing or another. Like, if we want to tell him that he should stay on the ship, we could do that, but he'll probably just leave if he wants to. I was kind of hoping one of the older people had like a more of a plan, but you don't know anybody like that would like take him in the city.
What about Gruff?
Oh, it's not that type of city, dear.
None of them seem to be.
There's no kids here at all? I mean, certainly people are having lots of sex, which creates kids. What do they do with all the kids?
Nolani.
Yeah, there's
Nolani.
definitely kids. They have
I mean,
parents.
how many people live here? There's got to be hundreds of kids.
Probably close to about 10, 12,000.
Okay.
Though
Let's just be real. He's in trouble if he leaves the show. He's not normal. He's going to have a hard time.
Are you
He stays on the
describing Gutter or yourself or any of us?
Gutter. And he could at least have a life here on the boat. And I definitely think that between Fingers and Gruff, he will be fine.
Gutter comes right up to Yori and like shows you this giant blood-soaked words splinter.
Yeah. Yeah. Was that in your foot? Taste all right?
Bat.
Thank you. Does anyone know a place where he could go where he wouldn't be in danger?
I mean, it's a long ways back to Eriscar, but that's the only place I know. And he's always going to be in danger, as he is now. So, I just think staying on the boat is probably the best for him.
Well, but you did just say that he should be the one making his own decision for himself, right? Well.
Oh, what about Huxley? They're friends. Maybe he knows. He seems to know a lot of things. Maybe he knows something where, like, maybe Gutter could work at or be at the warehouse, or maybe he knows other goblins somewhere, or could set him up as like a noble.
I was born here, so if you want him to turn out like me, more or less, probably more or less.
Definitely less.
Yeah. I mean, you have a cool mechanical arm.
Sure. Yeah. That was making the best of a situation. But thanks.
Would he be safe where we're going?
I mean, there is a school. We could possibly take him there. Maybe he can learn to read, write, talk. Not do that. As you see, he is full on like sniffing his foot now. Could take him there.
I just don't think he's going to stay on the ship. I don't disagree. I think he might not be safe, but maybe we could like use some of his gold and pay somebody to like set him up somewhere or take care of him, or at least because unless anybody else knows somewhere the ship's going, there he could be better. I mean, I guess he could stay on the ship. If he likes it. Gutter, do you want to stay here or go with us? Right.
I will say, if you want to take a moment, like take him aside and like try to be like, hey, look at me. You could do that.
Gwen, would you help?
Gwen's gone. Gwen's on the docks.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, she already
hasn't come back yet.
I
I think they're all. I imagine this way is like, okay, I think we're going now. Like, so that's kind of the split now. So
I think he wants to stay here, Yuri, where he will be safe and he can learn from Fingers and Gruff and the kobolds.
You got that from Ma.
I think that's what he was most excited about. See, yeah. Yuri, I know this is hard, but think about where you were at, and that is where he will end up.
Rescued?
If he's lucky.
I'm okay if he does his own thing. I mean, he's his own, but I just don't want to leave and not know. I thought maybe we'd be able to help him when we got to the city, but for now, if we leave and he stays on the ship, then that's fine. I just don't think he will.
Al, do you have any buttons anymore?
Yes, I do.
Can you give Gutter a button? At the very least?
He doesn't need to. I already gave him one.
Oh crap, yeah, that's right. Alright, well, we gotta get moving at some point. I say this. Hey, Gutter.
Get out of it.
If you coming with us, we going now.
Yeah, right.
If you're staying here with Fingers and the rest of the crew, you gonna stay here. All right, y'all. This is the rest of our cue to move. If he follows, that means he's made his choice. And with that, Marie starts walking herself off the ship.
Okay. So above board, we'll say this. Are you saying we're relying on a die roll here, or you guys want to make a decision? So now we're
Above
in timeout
board,
mode.
I'm happy for him to stay on the ship. I mean, that's the cleanest, like, probably most safest thing he could kind of do. But I don't know what he would decide other than that. So yeah, that's kind of like, but yeah, if I could make the call one way or another, I'd say, yeah, stay on the ship. That's probably a good idea.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, if you want to say that you just take a moment, because I will say Io talking to Gutter is very different than Yuri talking to Gutter.
Right.
So Yuri, if you wanted to take that moment and, like I said, like, you're going to have to kind of like pull him aside. He's just very distracted.
Yeah. I'll do that, but I think the other thing is that I need to talk to either the captain or maybe Gruff or somebody else on the crew because I don't want to leave him here and just be like, okay, well, he's here, and they're like, what's this, what's he doing here? So
yeah, if you want to go find Gruff, I mean, Gruff is probably in the kitchen, like doing he's like making a list and realizing he should have been doing that before he arrived on things that we might possibly need.
Yeah, I'll go find Gruff, and I'm gonna bring Gutter with me and say, come on, let's go find Gruff.
Gruff.
You might have food.
He goes with
non-splinter food.
Cool. Yeah, you go find Gruff. Gruff is, like I said, he's got a notepad in hand. You come in to the kitchen. He goes, as soon as he sees you come in, oh yeah, right. Yeast and flour. Good. Thank you. What's up?
So we're leaving, which, see ya. But also, I don't know. 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 I don't The people upstairs don't seem to think that it's a good idea for Gutter to go into the city. I don't know much about it, but if I leave him here, I mean, I don't want it. Out of everybody else on the crew, I think you're probably the only one I really trust, especially to do this. Will you look after Gutter if he stays on the ship? I think we could leave some of the gold that we brought on, if it's whatever is the amount. I don't really know what the deal is with that, but if it's some of mine, then he can have it so that way, you know, he's kind of paid for, and maybe if you guys go somewhere eventually, you can help him have a life.
Well, what do you say? Yeah, Garaf. He's a good worker, and he's friends, at least, with a true friend. Why not?
Thanks, Graf.
And he goes to do the full warrior sort of handshake thing to you.
I
just
go
wave
full
at him.
on hug, full on
Yep.
full, yeah.
Attack him, just. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Pats your back. Okay. All right. Well, you don't be doing that with everybody else. Your fingers will probably stab you. But, yep, get along. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks again, and I'll head out.
Okay. You see Gutter kind of turns to you, and Gruff starts to kind of try to talk to him in this moment, and kind of gives you a look of it may be best to actually have him here in the kitchen right now.
Right. Gutter?
Get back.
Gruff is going to show you how to make some food, and he's going to help you, and I have to go to the city, but I really hope, and I think that we'll both have I'll tell you another story next time we meet. A story, and I'll take out the flute and kind of a song, a story. I'll tell it to you. But for now, he wants to maybe cookies?
Sure, we can make some cookies, yeah. Get back, David. Roll me at some point either an insight or an animal handling. I'm going to say your choice, and you have advantage.
Do animal handling. Okay, that's a 21.
Get back. You see him kind of run up onto the counter, grabs this large wooden ladle, and you see Gruff going oh, okay, whoa, hold on, and you see him get back, and he snaps the top end of it off so that it looks somewhat like the flute that you have, and he goes, get back, can you do it? And
Good luck.
he full on hugs you, and it's the smelliest hug you've ever had in your life.
I'm sure Yori doesn't smell great either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. And the little halfling goblin, who knows what else boy, watches you as you walk out of the room. Sorry, guys. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sorry about that, gang. It's snowing, and apparently my wife had a little. Everyone's fine, but it was a little scary spot there. We're good. Okay. All right. So coming back on deck, you see Yori kind of comes back up and is without Gutter.
Are you okay, Yori?
Yeah. I mean, ships go on adventures and things. He'll probably have a great time. And I like Gruff. He helped me make bread.
You made bread?
He's gonna walk away.
At this point, I think Iliar, we're running out of slashes for Siobhan's name. But Iliar and Gwen, you're both like, okay, where are they?
I still need to get Alistair Kate.
Yeah, so if you guys want to run back on the ship. Also, you could say goodbye to anyone you wanted to, too.
Yeah, Gwen definitely also wants to say goodbye to Fingers.
Cool. Roll me a perception check.
No, come on. Oh, good. Natural 20.
Cool. Awesome. There's a certain point where you were going around looking for Fingers, and Fingers opens up that same wooden plank and just like happens to see you and goes, sorry.
I think seeing that, she's gonna just sort of kneel down and like pretend to tie her boot, so she's being sneaky, not to give away his position. We're heading out, but
All right. You want me to stay after you, to look after you?
I would like nothing more than that.
All right. I could do that.
But Boaz might need you to look after him on the ship. Yeah.
Oh, I think I can't stand this, Wharf. I've been there so many times, and everybody just ends up kicking me, and I fall over every time. And
Yeah.
there's no sand anywhere. It's all just cobblestone. It's awful.
I understand. And between you and me, Boaz might need you more than I do.
I don't know. Look out for more elves.
That's right. Watch out for all the elves. And maybe also barnacle people.
What did you just say?
There were people on the docks. Kara called them barnacles.
Are they barnacle-shaped people?
No.
Or people-shaped barnacles? Which one is it?
I don't know what they might be, but they should be looked out for, so that you don't get taken advantage of.
You see him push the plank over. We need to get out of here. We grab the sails. You see him just like kind of like just wobbles off to where he's going. That's his goodbye. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'll go join the group. Alistair, I think maybe we should just switch armor for right now. All of my stuff is, and she's just going to point to her book, but this can look however you want it to, for as long as you need it to.
Right here in the open, we're gonna do this.
We're not naked under the armor.
You see Huxley's just standing there. I think like in character, Huxley found an apple slice and is just standing there.
Yeah, we can do this quickly.
Yes. think everybody is ready to get off the ship.
Yes. Is it a long walk, Huxley?
What?
To the warehouse.
Yeah, kind of.
Are we gonna be in a hurry, or I'm pace wise?
I guess we don't have to be.
I just meant I walk slow. I'm sorry, Gwen. You were showing me. Used to be. Here's my armor. Sorry, and
We switch armor. Or I think Gwen would actually just not wear any, just have her regular clothes on.
Okay, you got it.
and then
Hers is magical, so at least it will adjust.
I have a big cloak that covers my arms and cane now. The blue glowing cane.
I think it's obvious that you're carrying a
On a
cane,
cane,
and you
yep.
just can't see it. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
Very Victorian-esque.
And as you, anyone else you guys want to say goodbye to?
Just while they're all doing that, I'm going to be perusing the dock to get an idea of who's in charge of the docks now, because it's been 7 years.
Okay, cool. We'll say give me a perception check, and we'll handle that here in a second.
16.
Yeah. 16. Okay, cool. Anyone else you guys want to say? Are you good? You guys good?
I will
I'm
just real quick. We don't even have to role play it, but I think as Marie was making her way off the docks, she's like, "Just let that nice handsome young man Io want to let y'all all know he loved y'all very much, and he wants to sail with y'all again someday."
Donovan, whom you've had no interaction with really at all,
Ignored him.
is full on crying. This is never easy.
Oh,
Ever.
I know, sugar. I know.
This doesn't help. I don't know. Tell Io thanks.
I'm sure he already knows your thanks, but I'll be sure to let him know that Donovan missed him very much.
Okay. All right. I'd hug you. I don't want to mess anything up. Can I hug you?
Of course, darling. Of course.
Hugs you. I think there's a moment where Io, like Donovan gives you a hug, and Io is looking at anyone who is in his periphery, just being like,
"Oh, great, definitely."
Incredible. Cool. All right. Well, so in this moment,
sorry.
Go ahead.
If
please.
we do see Boaz, Gwen would like to just thank him for everything and say hope to see you again soon. But we can say that happened.
Gwen Medeath, it was a pleasure, and again, thank you for the extensive notes.
I think they'll come in handy for you here.
And for the record, for everyone, we still need to collect things on board for the next journey, so we'll be here, for the next 12 hours at least.
Where are you off to next?
I have some ideas, but first and foremost, I think I'm going to find some place to jump off for a little bit and just at least visit my family.
Best of luck to you.
So the question would be, who do I leave in charge? You see, Fingers is now walking on the the like side deck of the ship. Just looking out for any barnacles. Nope. Not even. Nope.
Not even a
He's good. He's good at his station.
You see in the back of the camera me shaking all three hands of Zimmer, Zephyr, and Zeter.
You shake one hand. You shake one hand, and then you just keep holding it out.
Guys.
You see another hand come out.
Like I said, I'll split the wages between the two of you.
You see another hand come out.
Son of a bitch. Alright, one full person's wage. Boaz has it, okay? Alright. You guys take care of yourselves.
Yeah.
Yori, roll a perception check.
Do it, Yori. See if you see the three hands. It's pretty high.
That's a nat 1.
Oh.
Killing it. You see the one hand, and then you see Alistair waiting to shake the other hand. And you just like take that moment to be like, whatever, man. Like it's not gonna happen.
Still doing this?
Yeah. Awesome. So there's a moment where you all step off onto the deck. And I'm going to say, just for the scenario in this, Iliar, excuse me, you come back and you're all kind of walking in a formation on the deck. There's a moment where things slow down, and as you are walking, I'd like you all to go around and tell me, obviously physical description. Some of you obviously look very different, but in memory of where you were, either emotionally, physically, mentally, what have you, how do you look different walking off of the Silver Brine? We'll start with Alistair.
I think the biggest thing that everyone will notice, I mean, he's a little bit fuller, he's less gaunt, he's still skinny, but I think he's a little bit fuller, definitely has more or just color to his skin as opposed to being pale from being inside at all times. I think more than anything, because we've been on the road, you see spots in his vest that he wears has the wrong color thread running through it where he's fixed a seam here and there. So it still looks somewhat nice, but definitely more threadbare than before. But I think the biggest thing you'll notice is where he usually would stick to the corners and the walls to try and avoid people. I think his eyes are still down on the ground as he walks, but he's not so much concerned of staying out of everyone's way anymore. I think he's fine being a little bit more in the center of the road as opposed up to the walls.
Nice. Gwen, what we notice with you?
I think probably the most noticeable is without the glamored armor on, she's a little bit more disheveled than she typically has seemed. She's got, I'm trying to remember, I think it's like a long sort of flowing skirt instead of like the seafaring pants that she had glamored everything to look like a proper sailor. So she looks more comfortable in herself, I think, as she comes off. Okay. Looking forward to getting back on even ground.
Very nice. Yori.
So when Yori got on the ship in Celeste, I mean, he had just gotten a bunch of new kind of colorful clothing, and I think stepping off, he looks just a little older, but it's mostly that, some of the salt and wind-blown hair kind of gives his hair a little bit less of that boyish curl and a little bit more straight and worn. And he's kind of turned what he had into more practical looking clothing, where he's wearing a large cloak around both his armor and his wings. and he's walking side by side with Fenrir, and he's carrying the maul now, rather than Fenrir carrying it for him, just draped across his shoulder. And I think you also see that he's less bouncing around and looking at the rest of the party. When they got on, he was kind of looking at everything, and also very often kind of taking glances at everybody in the party to see what they were feeling, what they were doing, and getting off. He's just sort of looking forward, kind of with one hand on Fenrir, one hand on his hammer, and just walking toward the town.
Nice. For Iliar, this is a hard question. But I will say, I think maybe it makes more sense to focus on the mental or emotional state.
Yeah, well, I think for sure, obviously when she first met the group, she was very broken. But even like in Celeste, she was still that broken, desperate person. But it was probably noticeable, like even when she stepped off the boat with Gwyn, like there's a change in her in Dair's Wharf. As much as she loved Eriscar and hated who and what she was in Dair's Wharf, it feels like coming home to her. It's like a part of that, like a part of her is reawakening. She's walking with more confidence and a little bit of like that cocky arrogance, a little bit of swagger in the city. Like she knows these streets are her streets, or they used to be, but she still has that sensation in her. And there's little less of that desperate, broken woman you knew, and a little more confidence.
I like it. Do you think any of that is brought on the idea of the shield that you're currently behind? Or do you think it's something deeper?
I think it's deeper.
I love it. Awesome. Nalani.
I think the first thing you would notice is Nalani has his hood pulled deeper than normal, and the first thing probably you would notice is you don't really notice him at all. He's way off to the edge. There's always something between him and you. He's towards the back. He's off to the side. He's definitely uncomfortable in a big city. He looks pensive. If you happen to get a look at his face, you would see a solemn look on his face, as if he's deep in thought, thinking about the things that he's learned, and you might even catch a hint of a mission. Before he was along with Io, now he has something to find on his own. Past the grief of his uncle, something that he needs to figure out. The other thing that you would notice is he's very typically keeping an eye on everything going on, but instead of focusing on just Io, he's focusing on the entire group, knowing what they're all doing, who's looking at them all, and what's going on.
Okay. And Io.
I think under his bad disguise, like particularly like under the ramshackle spectacles he kind of cobbled together to you know what word I'm going for. Thank you. His eyes, you probably see what looks to be receding now, but were definitely most likely very prominent before the whole scene with the cave. Black lines kind of encroaching around his eyes. They're kind of seeming like they're starting to kind of heal as his eyes look a little bit more brighter and clearer than they probably have in a short amount of time. And I'd say like little bits where his disguise is not fully covering up. Normally he used to keep his eyes on his arm bandaged. Now they're not really bandaged, so you might see the eyes now kind of healthy and alive, kind of popping through, looking around. And then just as he moves a palm to kind of clasp Delani's shoulder to kind of just be like, hey, I understand this isn't your comfort zone or whatever. You probably see like a little slit on his palm where you can kind of make out little teeth under the slit. But kind of like a little bit of an air of he's kind of seeing things a little bit clearer now.
Gotcha. Where is Callisto?
I would say, probably should have mentioned this earlier. I think he would have told Callisto, hey, fly above the city, kind of get a lay of the land, and try to stay out of sight.
Okay. You got it. He full on takes off. Okay. So, as we see you all kind of getting ready, Siobhan, this is the moment where you can let everybody know as far as what you see. Now, you rolled a 16, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Second. You notice a couple familiar faces already. As you are walking around the docks by yourself, by the way, taking the moment to kind of like breathe in the very familiar city air, you noticed, as he is not hard to miss, Yan Shai, or John Shai. I think it's Yan Shai, right? That makes more sense.
Yan Shai.
Yeah. You notice Yan Shai, and you do recognize that if Yan Shai is there, there's a good chance, yep, there he is. You see Brahm Farlight as well.
Do I see them in the capacity of like one of Brahm's ships, or in the capacity of dockmasters, like unofficial dockmasters? You know.
Good question. You actually see neither. You see them more on the idea of what I would say is probably recruitment.
Okay. She's gonna puff herself up a little, undo some buttons and swagger past in her new tiefling form.
Cool. To be clear, I imagine you do come back to the group, so you're now walking with the group.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you still do that?
I would tell the group. Where's Huxley in this? Because we're supposed to be following him, right?
Yes. Huxley is walking alongside. You notice that Huxley is not hiding himself whatsoever.
Why do you have to hold a gun to my head?
Daphne is like hood up. You also notice that when you like look at Daphne, you're like, I'm having a hard time being able to see you right now. There's a weird like sort of darkness around you. As she's currently casting Pass Without Trace.
Okay. God, this is such a good opportunity. I'm gonna turn to the group plus Huxley and Daphne real quick and just whisper.
Yes, she was nervous.
Huxley, if you tell us where we're going, we might have an opportunity to get information right now. Or if you guys just want to wait around the corner or something. I don't know.
No, I'm good. Tries to like, are you looking at like either Yan Shai or Brahm?
No, I'd be looking at the group right now.
Okay, cool. You got it. Yeah, he also looks at the group and goes, no, I'm good. What's the use in being a changeling if you're not going to trust that no one's going to know who you are?
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay, well, you're making a scene on this somewhat thin dock.
No, I mean, if we had it in no lodge too, we would
I'm gonna look at the group for some kind of support here because everyone's just staring at.
I do think there's probably a moment where you're looking at everybody in the group as like
focusing on.
Both Brahm and Yanshai kind of straighten up a little bit. You see Brahm kind of like elbow Yanshai as you walk by. But you, they don't say anything to you.
Do they quiet down whatever they like, whoever they're talking to or recruiting?
Yeah, they notice you. Roll me an insight check.
Okay. What's my insight plus 21?
21. So, with a 21, you feel like at this point, as you're getting closer, if the goal was recruitment, they're noticing you because you're someone that these guys would like to notice. But it looks like they're on a job and you're not it.
What did the other people they were talking to look like?
Oh, they're just kind of they weren't really necessarily. I think they were maybe like talking to each other. They didn't look like they were talking to any sort of
okay.
group. But the reason why I said recruitment on that is because there was like a sense of like no one was coming up to them and handing them money, and it looked like they were kind of like looking out and scanning the crowd. So that was why the initial thought was, oh, they're recruiting.
Oh, okay.
Now you're not so sure. Remember, you got a 16, so.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to notice them as casually as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And saunter up to which one? Brahm. He looks like he has the biggest ego. I know he has the biggest ego.
Can I help you, miss?
Well, I'm just new to town, and I figured two gentlemen like yourself would know where a gal like me can find a nice meal to eat, some drinks.
Looking at this figure, you see a very tall, very well-adorned blue tiefling. Oh, that is right over his head. That's going to happen a lot today. Let me do something with this.
All of my photos are placed like that.
Yep. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, you see him. Oh. Doll, I would very much love to show you the best place, but unfortunately we're in the middle of something right now.
Well, I'm in town for a few days. If there's somewhere I could look you up.
Oh, well, If you happen to end up anywhere near the Blackwater Banshee, you can ask for me.
And who is it I'm asking for?
Kind of looks you up and down one more time and goes, you first.
Iliar.
Takes your hand, kisses it, goes, Brown, pleasure.
I'm sure the pleasure's mine. Till next time. And she's just gonna saunter away.
Cool. You see Yan Shai at a certain point just kind of like is like watching you go. And, hello. Yan Shai.
Give him a little wink as I pass by.
Cool. No, kind of expressionless. I feel like the time that you've spent talking with Yan Shai, he's really hard to get a read on. Mostly because he is a giant of a man, for one. So Yan Shai has this Goliath-looking body, very big, bulky, bulging muscles, but these extremely large horns that come right across and like pointing back up at him, giving this look of could be a tiefling, could be a minotaur. Like it's hard to tell. But in his like sort of facial expression, he always looks like that. He always has this like just kind of expression like this sort of face here. And he does say hello, which is I wouldn't say it's the first time you heard him talk, but you're surprised he even addressed you.
Yeah, that's why I winked at him.
Cool. The rest leaves you rest the guys to also walk by them. So you guys see this individual. Brahm is looking at all of you, and then notices Nalani with his hood pulled far down. Excuse me, friend.
Yes.
I was just wondering. Don't see a lot of elves coming off the dock. Just wondering what your business was here.
And who are you?
I'm the one asking the questions, dear. You see Huxley come right up at this point and just goes, all right, excuse me. Hi, what, Blue? We're gonna keep walking, okay? And, you do look very interesting, and maybe later, but not right now. Thank you. Goodbye. And as Huxley is going to try to intimidate Brum. Someone roll me a d20, please.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
That's an 11.
Lonnie's gonna give guidance.
Say, if anyone wants to give advantage, that could help too. If you guys think there's a way you would do that.
I think Gwen would go sort of put herself in between Nalani and Brahm and just sort of put her arm through his to kind of say this is my business here, sort of thing.
Cool. Love it. All right, so he's going to have advantage.
Real quick, can I see, does he have anything magical on him?
Brahm?
Yes.
Yeah, you see there's two like cutlasses on both his sides. One of them is magical.
Got
it. Who rolled the d20?
I did. I said I got an 11 on it.
Okay, cool. You got it. How much was guidance? Lonnie, why don't you roll for guidance?
D4. Yeah, 4.
4. Cool. Awesome. With that, Brahm, who is looking right at Huxley. Do I know you from somewhere? And we're leaving. Thanks. And just pushes right on through. Gwen, as you pass by, you hear another deeper voice that goes, Hello.
She would give him a very bright smile.
Cool.
Like one you haven't seen since Eriscar.
No expression back.
Little wink and head on forward.
Love it. Cool.
I'm
All right,
just
you
looking
guys-
over my shoulder, shaking my head.
Yeah, you're pressing on through. And you see the group comes up, and Huxley just kind of comes up to you and goes, ready?
Lead the way.
All right. You see he starts to walk away with you, we'll say, from the area that you know, Siobhan, from the takes. It looks like he's immediately turning right, and looks to be heading towards the South Warrens.
Huh. Okay. Should have known.
As everybody is now going from the deck to actually being out in the middle of Dair's Wharf, everybody roll me a perception check.
Let's get the lucky dice out.
All right.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, nice.
14.
Natural 20.
8.
12.
17.
Gwen, what'd you get?
14.
14. Cool. Awesome. All right. So for everybody, I think, I caught a dirty 20 and a natural 20. Everything else was like 17 and under. Right. Cool. So for Io, you see a lot of bright colors, a lot of festive looking people here. Siobhan kind of gave you the like idea of like perception that this is like, so because this is a city that is almost seemingly run by criminals, you might have gotten the idea of like it's kind of like a dark sort of vibe, but it actually is very much not. There's merchants everywhere. As soon as you guys come up on deck, you also, Io, and I'm going to say at this point, dressed in your garb, you notice that there is a lot of very interesting looking and attractive females, many of them tieflings, but a few of an elven nature. Based on your disguise, most of them don't look at you twice, but some of them look at you and give you a heavy wink. And I think with that 8, it's enough in whatever response you would give, it's enough that you're a little bit distracted. Yori, what'd you get? 12. Cool. Yori, you notice all at once there's a moment where you feel like being short is a very unfortunate thing in this case, because it just seems like there's a lot of like flat land and then buildings that are in the way. So do you facilitate it all, or are you just like, I see what I see?
I see what I see. I think his wings twitch a little bit, like he has a desire to just like, fly up over the whole thing, but that's not a great idea right now, since obviously people are trying to blend in or have a costume party. So yeah, so I think he just sees what he sees.
You see, there's a moment. I hope we're all very comfortable in our sexuality again, because welcome to Dair's Wharf. There's a moment where a rather voluptuous-looking elven figure stoops way down, a very low-cut dress, looks at you and goes, "Oh, sugar, you are the sweetest thing. Whose is this?" Does anybody respond?
Yori, if you could just, he's mine. Yori.
Oh, good genes.
Yori, just look at me and let's just kind of move on.
Okay, Papa.
We'll work on. It was great meeting you, ma'am.
Bye, Papa.
I feel like Gwen is just going to like lean on Siobhan for a moment.
I think they are both
Amazing.
leaning on each other for support in this moment.
I think also seeing that, you hear Marie say, "My oh my, they really do grow them different in Dair's world." Girl, why didn't you tell me y'all had
Siobhan
this
looks
kind
at
of stuff
Huxley.
here?
Okay, Alistair
Yeah.
starts shrinking back to the side of the road and up against the wall now. Just,
Incredible.
yep.
Also, Huxley, like they're coming up to Huxley too, and they're like, no, stop, no.
At one point, Gwen is gonna lean over to Alistair and say, "Are you sure you didn't want to give her a button?"
That's not what they're for. That's not no.
I know.
This is
Just relax. We're gonna get through this.
At a certain moment, you see someone who looks to be similarly dressed to Io in many ways, who also comes up, and Huxley goes, no, and just keeps on walking. As you guys continue to walk through the area that, do you want to say something, Siobhan?
Yeah, walking through the South Warrens, I mean, I know the chances are low, but she'd be keeping her eyes out for any of the draft-ins or Ariel.
Cool. You got it. Yeah, you don't see anything with that. I'll say we'll continue to kind of go through the perception checks as you guys are continuing to walk along the takes. Cool. Oh, interesting. You rolled a nat 20?
Yep.
I also rolled a nat 20. You absolutely see Ariel Duststone, not kind of like leaning up against the wall, doing her thing. The rest of you, I don't think, see this person. She's extremely attractive, but it's also, there's a lot to look at around here. As actually, Gwen, you rolled a dirty 20. Gwen, you do notice this person. You also
she
notice
got a 14. Alistair got the dirty 20.
Oh, Alistair got a dirty 20. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Alistair, you catch the eye of this person, and you also notice that Siobhan is also looking at this person from afar. I'd say like you catch her from afar.
Do you know her?
She's an old friend from before. She works with the Violet Sisters, and we know that they're trying to build some kind of partnership with Hadrian, so...
It's none of my business, but were you here when you were in Dair's Wharf?
I've been here.
Huxley pulls right in. He goes, I don't think that's what he meant.
Yeah.
I know, I just like to see him squirm.
Oh, sorry. Please continue.
Okay, but like for work or to work?
I think you know what kind of work I would have been here for.
I really don't.
Well, Alistair, I think we already tried to have the birds and the bees talks, but no, that wasn't me.
Okay.
Ariel
I know.
does do that kind of work, but she was not always part of this group.
Speaking of, because you guys have been looking at her, she comes walking up to you.
She's walking.
Well, hi there.
Hi.
I haven't seen you all around here before.
We just docked.
Well, can I help you find a tavern or someplace to feel a little safe, rest your bones?
We're visiting some friends in town, but I wouldn't mind coming back. If there's a place I can find you.
You can find me right here. My name is Muriel.
Iliar.
Okay.
We're just visiting friends here in town.
This one could use some experiences. We'll be back.
For a price. It's just kind of like moves off into the shadows looking through. But as she moves off, she kind of like puts a hand on Alistair and lets it slide off his shoulder.
Don't like that. I did not like that.
I won't mess with you in that way again then, Alistair.
I think Gwen would catch Io's eye and just sort of maybe like psychically, without really psychically, indicate that we should flank Alistair to protect him right now from unwanted touches.
I like new experiences.
I think Marie definitely picks up on the cue.
No.
May we help you, ma'am?
She's already gone.
Oh no, I'm fine.
Right.
Thank you though.
No.
I love that dress.
Oh, sugar, I got this on a deal. I could hook you up with my tailor as well.
Please, you know where to find me. Also, Nalani, I need you to roll me an athletics check.
That is a 17.
Cool. I cannot role play the amount of attention you're getting as you are physically having difficulty catching up with the group.
He's got to beat these women off of sticks.
And it's not just women. But Nalani, what is your general response to these hellos and how you do's and
just kind of like turning his shoulders and just trying to, like, I'm imagining just trying to get through a bar, like a packed bar. Like I'm picturing a older brother sent to pick up his sibling at a rave, trying to get in and get her out.
Amazing. I will say the only difference here is that the physical effort to have to push through this many hands that are doing pretty much what Ariel's doing. You kind of like come out and catch the group, and there's just like a I think you just like have like a shiver of like, so many people just touched me just now.
Yeah.
Is there an alley I can pull Nalani into real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll pull Nalani into the alley and be like, this is bullshit, and cast invisibility on him.
Okay. You got it.
Don't run away. We can't see you.
It's a good point, because Nalani, any one of those hands could have pulled the hood off too. Yeah, cool. And with that, as you notice, the take starts to open up into this darker sort of setting. You see there are still a bunch of tall buildings, but they look a little bit more worse for wear. You can see some housing that don't have like glass in their windows. You notice some of the doors look like they're on one hinge instead of two. But also, notably, Siobhan, you see that Huxley doesn't go down those streets as he passes one and then the other. And the
I'm
other.
guessing he's continuing South. Yeah.
He's continuing on
Towards the stacks.
towards the stacks. As you see, you start to hear, especially you, Alistair, the sounds of large mechanical movement. Something that for Alistair, you have heard in like a couple of different areas in Araskar for like heavy machinery that's having to be built for construction purposes and things like that, but nothing quite like this. You notice there's you happen to kind of catch, there's like a moment where like Alistair now gets his eye candy, where you see like this very, very large crane picking something off of a like kind of a makeshift medieval what's the word I'm looking for?
Conveyor belt?
No, like a carrier, like a ship
wagon,
carrier sort of thing.
A barge.
No, sorry, on a barge. Thank you. Yes, exactly. And you notice smokestacks, chimneys, all going out. You hear, you notice that there's a lot less people here, and the people that are the humanoids that are here look to be a little bit dirtier looking, but it's soot. It's not dirt. You can see a lot of very to go into what we were talking about before. You see a lot of like bare-chested like male masculine looking figures wearing just an apron and pants that are like pushing their way out of a factory floor and just kind of wiping their brow and then just kind of doing like a somewhat polite hello. And you turn as Alistair, you're looking, you turn, you catch Huxley's eyes just looking and then looking forward. And eventually you come to a point where there's a little bit of an alleyway here. I mean, you don't hear as much construction, but you do see there is a small, like little, like sort of like a side door, almost like to look like to a shed that wouldn't connect to this large building it's right next to. You see Huxley kind of stops there and looks at you all and goes, I need to see everybody's hands for a second. So you just gotta just hold your hands up. Okay.
Nolani's holding his hands up. He's invisible, though.
Right. Love it. Nolani, I'm gonna assume you're not smart enough to be able to do anything with this. 2 knocks. Honey, I'm home. You hear this? As this door kind of like leans open from an extremely heavy sounding lock that had been placed on it. And he goes, all right, looks like we're good. And goes to push in as you all assumedly follow him. As you do so, we're going to take this moment to take our 10-minute break. See you guys in 10.
Same.
All right. Welcome back. So, as you all step in, first thing I need from everybody is a Constitution saving throw.
– 17.
14.
Another
Nice.
natural 20.
7.
Nice.
I thought it was a 1 because it wasn't. It's a little moon shape, but it's a 20.
21.
21,
A 15.
15, and then Marie.
14.
14. Cool. Yeah. So you all pass. As you
With a
walk
7, I
through-
pass.
7?
Yeah.
I'll roll for it. It's pretty low DC. Nope, you don't. Okay, great. Cool. I didn't hear the 7 for some reason. I heard something else. But
Sorry.
as you all walk into a place that clearly hasn't been entered into for years, you immediately get this weird, putrid's not the right word, there's this weird sort of like chemical smell. I'm just not hearing the. You guys hearing the music?
Mm-mm.
I can hear it.
There we go.
I cannot.
Uh,
Okay. now I
I'll
can.
bump it a little bit, but there is a Huxley who would have advantage on this. Yeah, he rolled 19. Immediately kind of like puts up his mouth to it and goes, "Oh, okay, all right, sorry about that. I'll figure out what that is." Gwen, you are suffering from the poisoned condition. We'll say for an hour, as you are just dealing with whatever chemical sort of response from, something. You see him kind of like run.
Against poison, help me out any.
It's the condition itself, so I think unfortunately no.
Just kidding.
But yeah, you guys see essentially this is the kind of idea of what you see. Heavy cobwebs hanging everywhere. Obviously that smell kind of lurking and almost giving off like a mist from the ground. You see Huxley kind of runs over behind a wall, and you can hear some like you can hear some sort of heavy effort of him lifting something, and then and you can hear the sound and also notice that the mist that is kind of traveling from the ground kind of like pulls up and then seems to be pulled away. He comes back out. Okay, puts his like kind of like bandage down and then takes his goggles off as well as. Welcome home. Like everybody give me a perception check.
Natural 1.
Nice.
A 9.
Firing on both cylinders.
A 24.
11.
11.
11.
This
11.
side. Way to go.
All right. Actually, I will say I'm sorry, Alistair, because you're an artificer, I'm going to say you have advantage.
$16.
16. Cool. Better. Cool. For most of you, specifically for Siobhan and Io, Yori, what'd you get?
11.
11. Okay. And then Gwen, what'd you get? Sorry.
11.
11.
11. Cool. Awesome. Okay, cool. Siobhan, you're noticing this place was supposed to be safe and immediately everybody's coughing. You do hear the switch. I think you get an idea of like, I guess whatever that poison was is leaving now. But there's a moment where it's like, I don't give a shit how cool this place is at all. Like, this could be a problem. For the rest of you, you see a very heavily cobweb factory floor. You notice that in some cases, you see there are like crates, there are metal containers, things like that, and you notice there's some basic sort of like machinery that you understand as far as tools. But for most of you in this room, no one has any idea of what the heck this is. You see, that like kind of like extremely large circular container down there. You do notice that this is actually just one room of a true factory floor. So you guys aren't really, you're paying attention to this room right now. But Alistair with a 16, you notice that I think what you see is potential, and a lot of it. You notice that even hidden behind this wall that you're at, you see there's this rather large looking, what looks like it would be a glove, but it's just something that is way bigger than your hand. And it seems to be kind of like leaning up against the wall. Alistair, you kind of get... No, I think with the 16, you're distracted with how cool this place is. You see potential. And a lot of it. And I think, Alistair, you have a hard time walking, but that doesn't stop you from immediately moving from this room into trying to see the other rooms, I think. Nalani, with a 24, you notice this place is unkempt for sure, but also you see a lot of signs of showing a very quick exit. One, the idea of whatever that substance was lingering. You don't think Huxley would try to poison himself. You notice, I think, various things in disarray that are not signs of someone, are not necessarily signs of someone who is messy, as much as it's a sign of someone who had to make a quick getaway.
Am I still invisible?
Yep.
The room was poisoned. I know he does a lot with booby traps. Can I look for skeletons or someone who possibly died in this room?
Sure, yeah. I'll say with a 24, in this room in particular, no. As you go to the next room, you're invisible, so he wouldn't see you move. There's a certain point where I'm gonna say with a 24, you notice a extremely thin, like the lightest fishing wire thin wire coming across a far room that you see looks to have not only some like schematics of things. It looks like there's actually there's a bed there. And you notice it. And right after you notice it, Huxley says, "Oh, by the way, don't go anywhere without me." Nalani, did you hear that? Okay, Nalani might have... I don't know what that gas was, so Nalani might be unconscious. Just FYI, just watch your feet.
What did you say that they used to make here?
What do you
I
mean?
drop concentration on invisibility, thinking Nolani's unconscious.
Cool. You got it. You see Nalani just, like, I think about to step over the wire.
About to step over the
Yeah.
wire.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, can you not do that?
Oh, I thought you would know where I was from my tracks in the dust. I thought someone smart like you would figure that out, but
So
never
you're
mind. I'm
willing
right
to
over here.
challenge and possibly kill yourself because you see this wire. Do you see this? And he points out something that you did not see, which is a rather like odd-looking like piece of wall art that looks to have a like an owl depiction on it, with eyes that look like they kind of have this like steampunk sort of vibe to them. And he just points to it.
So this place is obviously booby-trapped, and if we're gonna be spending time here, maybe you should go around and disable some of these, or at least give us some boundaries to operate in so we don't get killed accidentally.
Yeah, I wasn't aware I was going to have to say that within the 30 seconds you've walked in here.
How long have you known us?
Right, but you're aware that that's ridiculous, right? Just stick with me for a second, please.
Nolani's gonna go stand right beside him. Uncomfortably so.
All right. That's fine. He goes and squeezes your butt.
I squeeze his butt back.
So far, this has been a great trip. So to Alistair's question, you said what was here?
No, I asked what did he tell us was made here? Like, this is clearly I see a factory and something was being made here. So I'm asking what was being made here.
Come on. And he kind of guides you to another room. As you step in, Alistair, I think there's a moment in like an artificer way where you start to see one thing and you know exactly what this room is going to be. You remember that hand in the corner, and as you walk through this door, you see 16, 20, one of them is probably about 30 feet tall, golem-looking things. Large cylindrical bodies, pieces that are, you see arms and legs that are somewhat, like some of them are detached. You see that it looks like there's ones that could be operated by standing in, others that clearly aren't meant for a human to be in. You see that there are automatons everywhere here of various shapes and sizes. The first ones you notice are the larger ones. What do you think?
Did you build all of this?
Yeah, when I had time.
No disrespect, but by yourself you did all of this?
I had a lot of time.
It is impressive. Are you? You're clearly not selling them. What are you?
Well, I wasn't really sure yet. I think it was one of those things. And like as he's talking, I assume you're all kind of like following like this weird tour that's happening. As he's like kind of like walking over to one of the biggest ones, and he goes, "Well, kind of started with this guy. I was just I don't know. I guess I was wondering if I could do it. Something that could be impenetrable. That could handle anything and everything for you.
Do any of these look like they've actually worked? Or were they just built and never turned on, for lack of a better word?
You don't see granted it's been years. This is definitely worth a check. Roll me a. I don't think this is an Arcana check. This is an investigation check. There's notably there's magic here, but very little.
It's a 21.
21. Cool. Yeah, you get the feeling that these were turned on to see if they work. And then 21's really good. There's a good chance that he got bored or something and decided to, instead of disassemble and reset what's there, he decided to make another one from scratch. You see a lot of them around here. Also, a ridiculous amount of materials. Like, ridiculous.
Are they all just different enough from each other that it feels like he's working towards, you're an artist, you have this idea in your mind and you keep going and going and going because you're just a little bit off?
100%.
Got it.
100%. You notice that some of them look to be full-on steam-powered. So they look like they have like there's one that you notice seems to have like these large sort of they almost look like pauldrons, but now you can actually see they're just like smokestacks. I'm trying to think of the word for them. That are just pointing outward. You see that there's one of them that is built. This is a fun moment because in game your characters don't know this at all, but one of them, for I think everybody here except for maybe a couple of you, look very familiar. As anybody who played The Rite of Chakur, which will be on next Saturday. That part is canon, by the way. So, a fun little thing to catch on to. You also notice that there's smaller bits and pieces, and one thing I think that really bothers you, Alistair, just is like in the part of like how
Everywhere.
I imagine they're everywhere. It's a mess. There are tools in the ground, like it's just a mess. And as you are like walking by, just imagine you're instinctively just like fixing, like picking things up, things
Grading
like that.
it as they go by.
Yeah. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I think looking at these robot automatons, Io's actually reaching out, and he is definitely touching one, and I think he just kind of starts talking to Huxley. He's like, so when you built these, was this before or after the arm? And actually, come to think of it, did you make the arm before or after you lost it?
Hell.
No, it's okay. It's fine. I made it after. I couldn't really make these machines with one arm, so.
All right. You may not be the nicest guy, but damn if you ain't talented.
Okay.
Just saying, it's impressive.
You see him full on not taking a compliment at all. Yeah, okay. You might actually, I got a kind of a treat for you, Alistair. And he pushes another what looks like was probably a wall that he like just cut open a door and like designed hinges and door. He made a door out of it, and he pushes open, and you can see I think something that truly I think not above board, I think in game brings a little bit of a tear to your eye, because the last time you saw a laboratory, you knew that laboratory doesn't exist anymore. And you see, in, again, total disarray, but you see, as far as tools to do what you need to do, there's nothing in this room. There's no tool that is not in this room for you to be able to work with. Materials, it depends, but yeah. I make it use of sprucing up, but I thought you'd like that.
Do any of those out there, do they take direction? Can they?
I don't know. They could, but it's been 5 years, and I've spent some time thinking about what I would do differently. So I'll probably just start from the beginning.
You ever considered writing it down first?
Yeah, I have some stuff.
I can help you if you will help me.
Yeah, I guess that's... Oh, yeah, and your kid. But yeah, I guess that's why I brought you here.
Yeah, that, and if... Yeah, you know what? I have a lot of ideas if you're looking to just occupy yourself for a while.
Sounds good. I'm ready to tell you your role.
I'm gonna... Okay. Do you know, will it be where we could get some supplies, or would a safe place to go for that? Someplace that's not gonna rip me off.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like mechanics. I was like, buddy, we have literally all the materials you need, but you're talking about the little stuff. Yeah. The magic stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I did have all those, but they burnt up in a fire. So yeah.
That I actually understand quite a bit.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, there's a place, I don't know if it's still around, but Siobhan, do you know? You probably know where the potion shop is, right?
In the Sharp?
It would be in the Sharp, yep.
Yep.
It's called the Whispering Vial.
I mean, it's been 7 years if it hasn't moved since then.
Yeah, I guess I don't know why they'd move it, but...
It could have burnt down.
I was talking about a different fire. I wasn't...
Yeah. What about the clouds? Do you think that's probably somewhere we can get some more specialized magic items?
The clouds are on fire?
No, it's
speaking of fire, do you have any empty bags or sacks or containers I can get a hold of?
I don't know. I haven't been here in 5 years. Probably.
Nalani's gonna do like a perception check. Are there like any bags or anything laying around, or?
Yeah, I think you see probably like a couple of like sacks in the corner.
I think he's gonna pick up a couple and then kind of go over to Yori and kind of go off to the side and kind of whisper, so you've got pockets full of gunpowder. You might want to put it in these sacks so you don't blow your pants off.
Well, it's not just. I mean, mostly it's on Fenrir.
Yeah, so
and
we should get
you
it
look
off
over
him too. Like he's like, this is just not a good idea with fires and stuff around. Like
How many times has this city caught fire? He just mentioned it twice in a short.
a lot, yeah, a lot. That's why I'm saying we should get this off of Fenrir and like find
Yeah.
a place to hide.
Well, I
it.
wanted to make little pouches of it anyway, but yeah. Okay.
I
Will
mean,
you help?
yeah, or I can kind of create a diversion so no one notices
Oh,
what
it's
you're
fine.
doing.
It's fine if other people see it. I just didn't want the people on the ship to stop me from doing it. But now that it's here, it's here. So, you know,
Okay.
I think everybody else would be cool with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, just above board, did we bring the gold?
I imagine we did.
I will say you did. I was gonna have a
Fenrir
scene,
probably could
but
also carry it too, but
it was essentially gonna be a scene of like Gutter being like, I don't need that. So yes.
Cool.
Joe, what was that magic or the potion shop again? What was that name?
The
Whispering Vial.
I think when it cuts back, I'll have Dr. Karan's notebook opened up to the page that has like the component list for the spell to the Feywild that I ruined. And just to that page specifically before I put it down and just like start pointing out the components to see if, because I don't know where I'm going to get it. And Ariscar, it was going to be from the black market, most of it. I know because I bought a lot of it, not knowing what it was. And kind of looking back and forth between Huxley and Siobhan. Like,
yeah, I'm going to look at Huxley and be like, some of this stuff, the clouds probably have it, but we might have to get it not through legal means if we go that route.
Yeah, I'd say. I
don't think we're going to find some of this stuff.
We actually already have
cave wyverns, but I don't even know what a cave wyvern is.
Don't worry, we have the blood for that. That's not something we need.
Yeah, that was actually probably the first ingredient we got our hands on.
Oh, okay, good.
I think you hear in the background, pop, pop, pop. We've made some poppets out of tissue paper and gunpowder, and we're just like throwing them at the ground.
Just a little bit of flint,
Hey, whoa, what are you doing?
Checking
just
for
unpacking.
fires.
By making one?
Yeah. Hey, look at the list. We got this.
Daphne cuts in at this moment and just goes, like, because there is a sense where Daphne is so flabbergasted. I think she hasn't said anything up until this point. So now at this point, she's like, kind of like, caught her voice and who else knows about this?
Knows about what?
This is huge.
I mean, there's a ton of factories in the stacks. I can't imagine Huxley's is necessarily popular compared to the rest.
But this has been abandoned for 5 years? I mean, you could have... It's
a good point.
But it's hard to get in and it smells kind of funny.
Not to mention it is also booby-trapped.
Right, but Yori, there's also people that are not... There are people that are living here that don't have a roof over their heads, and this place...
Also, the supplies, booby traps wouldn't deter a lot of people.
That's kind of how I lived in Ariscar.
I'm a little curious about how you kept this place in 5 years, Huxley. You must have had some kind of keeper of your warehouse.
Does it... I'm sorry, it's the wrong picture. Does it look like I have a keeper of my warehouse? As far as the... what's the word? Not philanthropy. What's the
Charity?
Philosophical?
the charity of it? As far as the charity of it, sorry, there's no one helped me. And I don't owe this town anything. If anything. You see Daphne looks at Siobhan. I know you know what I'm saying.
Yes. But I think this is a point to pick your battles, and that is one we will not win.
Right. Okay. How do I get out of here?
Where are you going?
I need to find my friend.
If you find them, I'd like to meet them.
Of course. Yeah, I just need to find out where they are and just making sure they're okay. I'm sure they are. I just need to make sure. So, am I good to leave, or is there like a thing that traps me in here? No, you can head out. Thanks. Bye. All right. Okay. Sure, I'll see you all very soon. Be careful. Let me see her move out.
You too.
So yeah, we have the cave wyvern's blood already. We're good there.
Do we have the actual list?
No.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do?
Okay.
It's in campaign talk, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, you mean the list of ingredients that you need for the
Yeah, the list of ingredients. No,
Oh,
I
not
don't.
our list of supplies. Ooh.
Yeah, no. We
Gotcha.
don't.
We had that somewhere.
It's possible it might have been one of those things where I said, I'll get it to you.
Yeah, nope, it's not a big deal. I just was...
Cool. I will say, like, above board, we don't know exactly what he points to, but there's definitely a couple things that he points to and goes, oh, God, there's no way you're getting that in Dair's Wharf. I mean, if anyone has it, it'd be in the Cloud District, but...
You ever pulled a heist in the Cloud District?
I didn't...
I'm up for a challenge.
Sounds like fun. I'd like to play in these cities a little more. See what it has to offer now.
Nalani, you in?
I think so.
We're just going to go straight to heisting?
No, we have to, obviously, there's more to that than just going to steal it. We're going to have to recon, identify patterns of life, identify key personnel, figure out exactly where the items are.
Yeah, okay, all right. You guys do that. Just let me know when you're ready to...
I thought you liked the challenge.
I do. I'd like to keep it a challenge.
So you're really good at this whole building stuff thing. Have you ever had experience building portals before? Or known anyone who has?
The least amount of magic I use, the better. So, can't really make portals without magic. And, I use a few tricks of the trade to power these things up, but I mean, no offense, points to Alistair. It's just not,
I can help.
And is he telling me does he seem like he's being straight with me, or does it seem
Roll
like
me an
he's
insight
kinda...
check.
Sure. Okay. Come on, don't screw me. Oh, come on. That is a 13.
Oh, 13. Yeah, you have no idea.
I think... yeah, let's do it. Let's subtle spell, detect thoughts. Only if me doing that would have kind of given me that little, like, basically be at the point that I would have said that.
Yeah, it's a good question. Let me look at above board, because I know that unless he rolled a nat 1, he was definitely beating that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna say, because I don't remember what I rolled, it was definitely 2 digits. So even if it was a 10, it's a 20. So I apologize. I did say you're not sure. I would say you think that he's thinking you're stupid and asking him to make a portal when there's clearly magic that needs to be done. He's not that type of artificer, and why aren't you getting it, and that sort of thing. Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, then in that case, I wouldn't think to dive into his mind. So scratch that. All right. I was trying to investigate all avenues. Why are you helping us at this point, though? I mean, you realistically could have just buggered off. Or you could have even whacked Al over the head, took the cane.
Convenience, I guess. You got boredom. Another pair of eyes, I guess. I'm not saying I need it. I'm just saying it doesn't hurt.
I mean, but ain't it a hassle?
What's your deal, man? What are you asking me?
I'm just asking you. I mean...
Do you want my help?
I ain't saying no.
Okay.
Oh, and I have a date tonight, guys.
What?
Cool.
Not like a date, but like... Gwen, remember... Sorry to derail your interrogation of Huxley, but...
Nah, you good.
The guy from Eriskar, when we were with Brooke, he said Pest is frequently at the Blackwater Banshee.
He's gonna turn and look at you and go, "Why are you pretending you don't know who that is?"
Pest?
No, Brom.
I thought you were smarter than this.
I understand why you were pretending in front of him. Why are you pretending in front of us?
I'm not pretending I don't know him.
Okay.
I'm correlating 2 events to this.
Do they all know why you know him?
I'm sorry, I don't know who Brom is.
He was a blue tiefling. Yanshai was the Goliath tiefling.
So she knows both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And this is significant to us because...
Because Pest frequents the Blackwater Banshee, and Brom said I can find him there for dinner.
Wait, so back to what Huxley just said. What's the significance of your relationship to them?
They were both a part of the Burning Rose with me.
He's
We were-
standing right there. He's going to tell us what you're not telling us.
Who the hell is the Burning Rose?
She just told us, and we didn't give her a chance the other night to tell us anything.
Yeah,
So let's
That's
let
an
her
excellent
speak a little bit.
Hadrian's gang, remember? The gang that helped him build up, and then he thought I was a threat, and then hired this asshole to get rid of me?
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah, Huxley, made that little confession the other night.
And you're telling us now?
Yes, I'm telling you
We
now.
didn't need to know before?
You know now.
So, that seems like kind of relevant information for us to know before we decided to come to his lair.
Yeah, he's a hired. Acts like a lackey. We have the gold now and something more interesting, Alistair and his cane. I trust him about as far as that cane can fire, and I think we can test that.
So the point is the I in there, not the we. We've been over this.
You see, he takes a step back, leans against the wall, puts his hands across his chest, and just gives a little smirk.
who sees this specifically?
I think he also, he doesn't hide it.
Oh.
You know what?
I gotta
Fine.
go on this.
Do you want to know or not?
I think the answer to that is always we want to know.
It didn't seem so obviously the other night.
Wait, y'all. Pause. Why is he just? And then he turns to Huxley.
Because he's enjoying the hell out of this IO.
Mm-hmm.
I know,
'Cause
that's
he's a
the
dick.
point.
We
That's
know
the
that already.
point. I know. I mean,
Wait, when did
Siobhan-
he make this confession?
I think that not Siobhan, but ill. I'm still working on learning your name, new faces. and all
Eliar.
that. Yeah.
It means something that bonds, like a glue,
Thank you.
the thing that
Thank you.
bonds.
Thank you, little man. Yeah, Iliar, I'm on board with you. Here, I mean, while you haven't been forthcoming with every little detail, you did say several times we didn't have to come here. And it's our choice to come here with you or not. I know we've been through this road a lot, and I know there has to be a reason somewhere why you're not always forthcoming with us. I'm just gonna do my best to not pry anymore. So, I know we're here. I know he's the one that is part of the reason why you're in the situation why you're in now, but we're here now, and I'm not gonna let him have fun just kicking shit up.
I was just wondering if you guys knew the truth. That's all.
There's more truths we can tell them, Huxley.
Okay, see, this is where I have an issue. It's little comments like that. And it's the same issue I had with your deal with Percy. We're in this with you, and there's information that we need to know. Above board with no little comments like that. So is there anything else we need to know to make informed decisions on where we go next? Because keeping us in the dark is not going to work.
Who are you talking to? You talking to me or her?
To both of you.
Oh, well,
I smirk at him now.
I was left-handed before I lost my hand.
Right. That is exactly what I'm talking about.
Are you still left-handed?
I don't know.
I'm still trying to figure out how you built a fully functioning hand with
Okay,
Just one.
that
but
is interesting, but we
We
should
do
stay
need
on
to
target
focus.
here, if we can.
This is Joe laughing now.
Sometimes when I want to tell people something, it helps if I write a song. You
I'm
guys,
not writing a song.
okay, get some of the, maybe like sum up all the information and then we could remember it too, because then sometimes it's hard. I find it hard to remember all the different like names and groups and things sometimes that everybody's talking about. We made a song.
Had you guys been interested in me telling you guys something the other night, I would have gone through the major power players, Dair's Wharf, and you would have known who Braum and Jansai were before today.
Fair, but there was a question Alistair asked that you could have answered and chose not to.
Here's an idea. And
Here's
I'll
an
reach.
idea. Alistair can answer his questions too, like why he seized in the middle of the night and began revealing all of our worst nightmares as he was seizing on the ground. Don't act like I'm the only one here with secrets.
Okay, so you pick a number. You pick a number. If I need to be a part of this, I'll pick a number. I'll roll the dice. Whoever's closest, you get to share your secret. Sound good?
Here's the thing. As your friend said, I'm just a hired hand. Any secrets I have in this case are not going to pertain to the fact that you all are weakly just accepting this changeling who has come into your lives, needed something, but refuses to give you any information about it, is withholding. Why are you guys here? Isn't it for her?
Great. Your number came up. Why is she sleeping in front of my door?
Because she thinks I'm going to steal your cane.
Why does she think you're going to steal my cane?
Because there's a certain point in time where it made sense to steal your cane.
They're going to try and steal my cane?
I said what I said.
Why are you sleeping in front of my door?
Because he's probably going to try to steal your cane because when it becomes advantageous to him.
He knows I'll kill him if he does, and anyone else around me. Why are you sleeping in front of my door?
And if I can stop him from going in, you don't have to put his blood on your hands.
Why are you sleeping in front of my door?
Because he is going to try to steal that cane at some point.
When?
Yes? I think what Alistair might want to know is we know, everybody here knows, not to trust Huxley, that he is going to try to steal the cane. At some point. That is not in question. Why are you sleeping in front of Alistair's door every night?
So you all know, and you have a problem with me trying to protect him in it.
I don't know, y'all. What answer are you trying to get out of her?
She wasn't sleeping in front of my door when Huxley showed up. She wasn't following me around when Huxley showed up. She went to go take her watch, and then the next morning she's sleeping in front of my door and won't leave within 5 feet of me. We all are fully aware of who this man is, and we've kind of come to accept it for now. We're using him to our advantage right now. He knows that, and he will take advantage of us when he gets an opportunity to as well. And we're just seeing who gets the jump first. But there is an unknown, and that unknown is why Siobhan feels the need to stay within 5 feet of me. We have been together long enough that we all know that there is more to this, and it involves him, and we are here now, and I just feel like we should know what's going on, because changeling or not, this is her town. We don't know anything here. We are 100% reliant upon you. And you're not telling us what we should be on the lookout for. You want to tell us other things, and that's great.
I'm
And
trying to tell you guys, quite literally, who is or was in power 7 years ago, who to look out for, where to look out for. I've been trying to have this conversation for 2 days, but you keep derailing it because, by God, if Siobhan tries to protect the most powerful object we have from someone like Huxley.
because you're picking and choosing what information to give us. Right? That's the problem, right? We're working off a false set of data here.
Alistair's
You
right.
told
Something
us-
changed.
You told us that Maeve was in the Feywild, and we're going to find a way to get there, and we're working on that. And we're
we'll probably
here.
get those supplies from the clouds.
Okay, but you're picking and choosing what information you're going to share with us. You don't know. Gwen, have you seen her with a book? Io is literally a walking source of magical genius. Yori can fly and knows his way around everything he walks into the first chance you get. Nolani, we don't even know where he is half the time. You could be leaving out information that could individually any of us put together to be helpful for you or to help us protect you or each other, and you are just choosing what to give us instead of what we need to know that helps us best. Everyone learns differently, Siobhan.
You don't get to stand there and say that to me after the bullshit you wove about your seizure the other night.
We're just going to keep deflecting. So that's fine. You share what you
Well, I mean,
feel we need to know.
Don't we all have secrets? I mean, I have a secret. But we don't always have the time to share everything. Maybe we should like sit down and we can all have like a meal and everybody can go around and share secrets.
Can I ask
Also-
a question here?
Me?
May I? No, I just want to ask a question.
You did ask a question. You said, why should we trust a changeling who is something? And I didn't get to answer that one yet, but the answer is because when you trust with your friends, it's not based on like logic or reason. You just have to trust them, because if you don't, then you end up sad and alone.
You end up sad and alone anyways, kid.
I mean, I don't.
I mean, little man, consider the source. I mean, well, yeah, you're sad and alone because you chose that. I mean, I heard that bullshit you said earlier to Daff about nobody helped you, so you ain't gonna help other people. I mean, okay, so that is what it is. At the end of the day, this woman saved my life. At the end of the day, I trust her, even if she's not gonna always be forthcoming with information.
When did she save your life?
That's irrelevant to the conversation.
Okay. I'm just going to point out this. If you have this list of materials, didn't you just leave the most magical place on Earth to come here?
Do you have an end game here, Huxley?
I am not. Jesus.
Because let's just get to the point, honestly.
Yeah.
Are you trying to make us not trust Siobhan because she's a changeling? Look
I don't
around.
think
You've
you
got Io, you have me. That is not going to be where you...
I think trusting people as far as you have done is really stupid. And I think there's a part of me that recognizes that someone should give you an idea of why that's stupid.
Okay, we get it. You weren't hugged enough as a little boy.
Listen, man, you can point it all at me, but the reality is you guys left a place that would be the perfect place to gather these materials to follow a changeling back to where she was a significant member of a crime family And also, she's had a relationship with what we assume to be the man who is now running Dair's Wharf. Notice that
We all have shitty exes.
Sure, but we don't bring entire parties over to find out what happened to them.
If there
It
was
just
something
seems
on
really
the magical
convenient
the
that
most
the
magical
place
on Earth, we probably would have stumbled across what we needed to make the portal that we needed. But it wasn't there. We're here for a reason.
How hard you look?
Pretty damn hard.
We left in a hurry.
I think you know something about that.
You can keep pointing it at me, but I'm just telling you guys you're following a changeling who is a known felon, who is extremely good at lying to save her daughter. Seems like you're taking a long way around, though. I don't know, Siobhan, what do you think? Maybe it's worth having that date, after all? Would you all like to know who Brahm's most closest confidant is?
I'm going to guess it's Hadrian. That's pretty
Bingo.
clear. I hope you know that.
You know, for somebody who's smart, you don't seem to be getting the concept of trust. If you have to prove that you can believe somebody, that's just like facts. That's just like, okay, well, that's the way. That's not how trust works. And we all trust Iliar. And each other.
Doesn't seem like it from where I'm standing.
Right.
And
Because of the
looks at-
whole
looks
not
at
understanding
Alistair.
trust thing.
But hey, listen, I have some things that I need to be doing, cleaning up.
I'll help you.
Appreciate it. The rest of you, do whatever the hell you want.
Whoa,
We'll go for a
whoa.
walk.
All the booby traps, you're gonna disarm those before we just do whatever we want?
I assumed you were going to do whatever you wanted out of here.
I just unpacked. I thought we were staying here.
Yeah. You know, when you assume, you know what that does, right?
You guys can stay here if you want. I trust you guys.
I know you're trying to make a point, Huxley, but don't bring up the fact that she's a changeling again. Major point.
Okay. You're right. I did. Do what you want, guys.
You have any food?
No. He just turns and kind of like walks off. He's still kind of in the room, but it's far enough away you guys could have a whole conversation without him listening.
What do you want to share with us?
I suppose I could. You know what? Probably not even relevant anymore. It's been 7 years. I could show you what people looked like 7 years ago.
We know what Brahm looks like.
And the big guy.
Yan Shai.
Shy.
Yan Shai.
Yan shy.
Yeah, he looks cool.
And they're both
Yeah, he did look pretty fucking cool.
were connected to Hadrian.
Are.
Can you be sure of that? Allegiances could shift in 7 years.
They could, but we know at least 5 years ago they were with Hadrian based off of confirmation from Huxley just now.
Is there anything that you're not telling us that would be important for us to know, that you think it's important for us to know?
What I'm trying to tell you right now, and I've been trying to tell you for 2 days.
But that's what I mean. If you say there's nothing else that you think is important besides whatever you're currently saying, then, then there's nothing else important for you to say. You can't go through your entire life history of what happened in Dair's Wharf in one night. Unless you put it into a song.
Or
I was just gonna show you guys the major power players.
Let's just go ahead and tell us the major power players. We'll start there.
All right, I guess with the main one, she's going to shift into a kind of much more pinkish tone than lavender tone male tiefling. Like purple horns, raggy hair. Looks like the best way I can describe him is a douchebag. This is Hadrian.
Adrian is the crime boss here. Does he have a title?
He is head of the Burning Rose, Hadrian Velon. When I left, the Burning Rose was specialized procurement, we called it. We stole from the clouds and the nicer households, and we were the ones you called when you wanted to acquire that special piece. He seems to have expanded his operation since then, but that's where we started. I'm not sure if you're trying to put the photos up, Joe, or not.
I'm trying. I don't know why I don't have Hadrian on here. Weird. It's coming.
So you guys were thieves?
I mean, so Hadrian. Listen, okay. When I got to Dair's Wharf, it was me and my friend Harper, who's a tabaxi, and we were just kind of making our way on the street. So yeah, we learned to steal and fight, and made some contacts in the Thieves Guild, and that's when this upstart approached me weirdly. He had a crew full of tieflings, but he picked me for his crew as well. I was the only non-tiefling to start. His idea was that there were several major crime organizations in the city, but he wanted tieflings to have a place to prove that they were more powerful, I think was his end goal than all the others.
All right.
He does not like when people touch what's his.
We're going to his wedding?
No. We
Maybe.
are collecting information. Maybe. I don't know. But
Does he consider you his?
I would have thought that until 7 years ago when he tried to have me killed or arrested, so I think I was more of a threat to him, even though at the time I tried everything to be his right hand, to be his backbone, to be his support, but I think Kara drew eyes that made him insecure.
You said he doesn't like it when you touch what's his.
Mm-hmm.
When he's angered in such a way, does it make him weaker? Does it expose a bit of gaps in the armor, so to speak, or does he seem to be even more thorough?
I think it makes him dangerous. I mean...
So... I feel like you know him better than most since you were... Forgive me for the implication, but I guess closer to him than most?
Yes, I was.
What's his weakness? In case we need to know.
I would have said his arrogance before, but it seems to have served him well. He has a weakness for, obviously, maybe not a weakness, but an inclination for tieflings on his crew. Which is why I picked, and she's going to shift back to her form, this form, because I wanted to draw... I wanted to incite curiosity without drawing attention, if that makes any sense.
Huxley, if you think that you're looking in Huxley's direction, Huxley looks at you at that.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't say anything.
Do you have all the photos?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Of his crew too, and the crime bosses?
I think I'm missing... I can get them. Go ahead and just start describing them, and I'll make sure.
Okay. This one, you and Huxley might like, actually, Alistair. And she shifts
That's
into...
the one I definitely don't have. Give me a second.
I can pick another one. I'll come back to that one.
Okay, come back to that one.
This was the only other non-tiefling who joined the party later, and she shifts into a very beautiful full elf woman, long blonde hair, just very classically beautiful woman. This was Seraphina de Grey. She joined much later. She is very eloquent and was the one who got us the jobs. Our interface. She is a raving bitch, but she was brought in, I think, because her former husband was one of Hadrian's old friends. And when he died, her and her son were brought into the crew. So...
Did he die?
Yeah, go ahead.
She looks a lot like Hadrian.
It's taking me a minute to get the other one up, so I apologize.
Just think of
It just looks like Hadrian.
Just think of a very pretty blonde chick who looks like she belongs in a sorority.
Yeah, I mean, truly, that is what the picture is.
Yeah.
Looks like I didn't have that one either. My bad.
I'm gonna do her son then, and then
let's make sure that I have him.
I mean, it's fine if we don't have the pictures
I do
of
have
every
it.
single one of them.
I do
We're
have
doing
it.
Asher.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
And this is Asher, her son. He has his mother's human tones, kind of shelved horns, the long elf ears. He was young and ambitious, and he followed me around like a lost little puppy for a while. I was teaching him how to be a thief, all of my ways and tricks of the trade when everything happened. And then you met Brahm, Brahm controlled our coastal and water procurements. He's a pirate, to put it plain and simple. But on land for our tougher jobs, and she shifts into like a massive, broad-shouldered, red tiefling with nice arched horns. This is Kelvin Redstream, and I thought he was the one in Celeste looking for us before Falco showed up.
What was his name again?
Kelvin Redstream.
For the record, I do have Francis down.
Okay. And then the final member of Hadrian's crew specifically, I think Huxley and Alistair, you guys would get along with very well. And she shifts into Francis, who has like the goggles, the like gears and everything on his outfit, like, glowing red eyes, the dark skin tone, the grayish horns. He was very good with devices. Forgery, he wasn't too bad at, but his main skills were explosives. He was definitely, or is hopefully definitely quite skilled at explosives. But that's the Burning Rose. But there are several other crime families that exist in the area. The Red Thorns. She's going to shift into a older human with a salt and pepper, black hair, and a thick beard, and he just has a scar down one face and looks kind of cruel. This is Marion Drafton. He operates in the Southern Warren, which is the region we passed through to get here, but he runs the Red Thorns. They are... She's going to look at Yori. They're a slaving guild, or they were before the Violet Sisters started to absorb them. They procured people for whoever needed it, for whatever it was needed for.
Yori picks up a bag and starts tossing it up and down.
And they are being absorbed by the Violet Sisters. And she shifts into another blonde high elf. This one looks very Charlize Theron, though. Much more like regal and murdery in the eyes. She runs... Well, she's officially the Madam of the Blooming Orchid, but she runs almost every brothel in the city to some capacity. Ariel, the gal we met on the streets, works for her. All of those women and men, and they all work for her. I've just blown through the last two people. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's just taking a while to kind of catch up on this end on this. Boom, boom, boom.
So do you guys have any questions about the last two people while we wait for their photos?
Yeah, actually,
I do have a question for
even
Joe.
Further behind. Go for it.
When she shifted into Seraphina, is she familiar at all, like from the vision that I went into, the note?
Oh, good question.
Because I remember there was an elvish woman there, but I don't remember details.
I did have Seraphina. So if she was, I will say if she was, oh no, wait, hold on, time out.
The kidnapping note?
I think she might have had red hair.
There was one with red hair.
But I remember her being a total bitch, but also very haughty in the way that... There was something about the way the letter was written. But anyway.
Sorry, I had to catch up on truly millions of NPCs. Not millions, but like a lot of NPCs, half of which Kiki doesn't even know.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
it does not look recognizable.
Although it's a good note because we heard that Hadrian's marrying somebody with red hair.
Yeah.
Correct.
Don't worry, that's in my head.
Here's Kelvin, by the way. And then did you mention Marion?
I did, Marion Drafton and Elena Moradrin.
Cool. There's Marion.
This is the slaver.
And then I don't have Alana yet. I will say, Alana looks similar to Seraphina.
More Charlize Theron.
Okay, yes.
So-
there's 2 more.
Okay, let's just get through all of them, and then we'll ask her questions.
What's her name? Alana.
Alana.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, gang. I think in my head above board, I knew that you weren't going to see these people this session, so that's why I didn't put it in.
That's fine.
But yes, okay, cool. Here is Alana.
Alana Mordrin. She looks like, I know elves don't really age, but she looks far older than Seraphina.
Oh, I do have the other 2.
Avery, you have Avery and Larkin?
Yep.
Okay. And then she's going to shift into a very old, like slightly rotund human male with thick white beard and mustache and thick hair and adorned robes and vestitudes. That's the word, right? It's like, this is Avery Meriden. He is the head of the Crystal Concord. They are one of the oldest and most powerful families in Dair's Wharf. And they basically own and control the government through bribery, blackmail, and manipulation. Dair's Wharf is ran by a Lord Mayor, but oftentimes that Lord Mayor is bought off by Avery Meriden. He's the one who really runs the show. And then the final one is Larkin Cloudclaw. She shifts into a Leonin in nicer, like much nicer outfit and garb than you might expect. He was head of the Demon Lilies. I guess he still is, but from what we heard, Hadrian has basically taken over the Demon Lilies and kept Larkin as the figurehead, which I'd be more curious to find out how that happened, because last I knew, Larkin hated Hadrian. But a lot of that hatred had to do with me being in the picture. Larkin, he runs most of the gambling businesses between here and Azamare. Heavy investments in Azamare, but his family house is here.
Most of the hatred had to do with you in the picture.
Larkin tried to court me for a while, and that was one of the Hadrian doesn't like people touching his things problems, but it calmed down. I mean, Larkin's family obviously wanted that arranged plan for him. He runs like most of the gambling halls between here and Azamare, so I was not a pick for his family for sure. You have to remember, when I was here, Hadrian's gang was starting up. We barely got our names up there with these 5 crews before I was taken out of the picture. So whatever he's built since then is beyond me.
So we know these other folk couldn't be all that loyal to Hadrian. really.
Depends on what he has on them.
That's a good point. And with you being out of the picture for so long, yeah. Maybe we should set up something with this. Maybe we should at least keep this Larkin in mind, though.
Larkin was always a very good friend to me, and even till the end, he tried so hard to get me to leave Hadrian and see what was going on, and I never listened to him. He offered me to run one of his casinos near Azamara. He offered me everything to get me away, but I was young and stupid.
Well, depending on how we play our cards, he might be able to help us out.
Hopefully. But for tonight, I can get some information from Brahm if I go to that dinner.
I'm all for you going.
What information are you looking to get?
Well, what the hell's been going on for the last 7 years would be nice to know. Also, if we're going to the Blackwater Banshee, it wouldn't be a bad time to scout for Pest, who we know was there when my daughter was taken.
Yeah. I don't think you should go alone.
I can't be scouting if I'm at dinner.
I am not a good scout, but
Huey is.
I am
right?
good distraction.
Well, what's the plan now? This is Joe, not any NPC.
So,
Gwen, did you take notes on those names?
I have notes.
Because I got
I have them.
Hadrian who leads a gang, Seraphina does a thing, Larkin is a figurehead, and Marianne's gonna be dead, and I need the rest of them, but I'll be able to remember it.
Put it together. I like that. That was helpful.
That was something.
So, Gwen, you just said you'd be a good distraction. Are you electing to go with Il here?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, if Jan Shai's there.
What time is it above board? About
It's about midday at this point. So about maybe here early, like 4 o'clock. Takes you guys a little bit to get there. I'd say this whole exploration took a little bit.
Alistair, did you have input?
I will look over at Huxley and then back to you. The last thing that you said, which was the second most important thing about going to this bar, was your daughter. I thought that's what we were here for.
Why did you say it's second most important?
Because you said, if we go here and I meet with this person, I can get information, and we might be able to learn more about Pest.
That doesn't mean I put my daughter second.
I think if we're going to use this place for anything, it probably should be cleaned up a little.
Why don't... I think you and Gwen would enjoy shopping in the Shark. Get the supplies you need. Io, you might actually really enjoy it too. There's a lot of stuff the Ludus kids might find interesting.
The Ludus what?
Besides, Gwen said she's not a great scout, and Milani and Yori are phenomenal scouts. Yori's eyes.
Yeah. So we're gonna, me and Yori are gonna scout in the bar while you're on your date? Is that the plan?
I'm having
I mean,
flashbacks to you in the bar and Celeste, and I'm starting to doubt the success of this plan.
You're doubting the success of me and a very old-looking 14-and-a-half-year-old in a bar scouting?
Mm-hmm.
I
I
feel
could just
like
go to dinner.
By
Milani, can you cook?
yourself?
man,
I just remember the last time you were kind of off by yourself and then
Well,
came
if
back.
what are we doing? All or nothing?
Well, how about?
Because
I mean,
clearly
I
Alistair
feel like
doesn't
I'm
want
gonna
to go,
stick
and I don't
out,
want him to stay here alone.
but Alani's good at hiding.
well, it makes more sense for. I mean, if someone does go with Shiv, it has to be Gwen. No one else would really.
I really don't think Gwen should go. I'm just
make
gonna say
sense.
this. I'm sorry. It feels like look. He's an asshole, but he's honest. And again, I'm sorry. You just went through the whole crime family here, and all that's going on. And the daughter was the last thing. We came here for your daughter.
Al, the thing you gotta understand about crime families, though, I mean, you're smart. These things, they're complicated.
Is Maeve part of the crime family?
We need to know this information to get information on Maeve.
Right. I mean, you know how hard it is to get information. The information you want to get out of either Shiv or Hux whenever you want to. We're gonna start doing this with people who aren't allies. We need to have leverage.
Okay.
So I guess maybe I'm kind of understanding what Alistair's saying. Like the goal here is to find out where Maeve is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And to do that, we need to find out who took her.
Get to the last guy that you know knew where she disappeared, right, Shiv?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And to get to that guy, we need to know the lay of the land.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I heard this rumor a long time ago, back when I was on my own ship, about a guy got involved in the wrong crowd, and he went looking for stuff and didn't realize that the informant he was talking to was actually had a hit out on him. We don't want a target getting put on our back.
Okay, so how about this? I go to dinner as Ilyar. Nobody knows who the fuck I am. I come back with information, and none of you have a target on your back because nobody saw you associated with that group at all.
Yeah, if I wasn't being clear, I was actually saying that in defense of your plan. That this makes sense to me. I mean, I don't know how a crime family really works in the, minutia of it, but it makes sense that we have to make sure that we have some leverage. And to me, this is the plan that makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, I just don't know if I feel like she should go by herself. Unless if you feel like
I'll go.
You'll be safe. Oh, Huxley will go.
know what pest looks like.
I think Huxley and I.
Go.
Oh wait, hold on. Now you want to come because Huxley's coming? I thought you wanted to.
You
sit
really
here
want to
and
know what I
face
think? Either in the one hand, no one trusts you or believes you, and you going out and getting yourself killed is going to make everybody in here really sorry for themselves. Or you do go out there and you prove me right.
Or a third option.
I
Okay.
go out there and get the information and live and prove you wrong.
Sure.
Or...
Either way, all you are standing around trying to figure out who's going to go with her, I'll go.
So, do we really trust him?
I would take him.
I
Keep
trust
him
her.
away from Alistair and the cave.
Are you gonna tell
feels-
him about a mirror?
We've had a talk
We-
about that.
I'm going to say this above board. We don't have time to go through that right now. So we need to find a way to end
I
that
told him
scene.
a little bit about
So
it.
that's why Nolani, above board, that's why Nolani doesn't want her to go alone. Because we never
doesn't
ever
either.
should go alone because of a mirror. It has nothing to do
What
with
do you,
trust.
okay, above board, what do you guys want to do? You
Yeah,
guys
I've been
have
trying to figure
talking
out
for a
who's
while.
going with me because I'm going no matter
Yeah.
what.
You guys got to talk to each other.
Isles made his point firm. He's still saying Gwen should go with him. Go with her.
Gwen, Huxley, and Siobhan.
Okay. Who wants to come with me to get like food and maybe bedding
Let's go, son.
and like cool.
Okay. Nolani, which I assume you go with the food crew.
I'm gonna go with Alistair.
Cool. You got it. So, after spending some time here, getting the lay of the land, I think Yori picking the spot of where he's going to sleep, you guys venture out once again. You see the sun just starting to set over the sky. You can hear the sound of cobblestone against feet and wagons. And you venture out. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.